Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our opening ceremony in just a few minutes. We kindly ask all of our participants to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Once again, a gentle reminder, we will begin our opening ceremony in just a few minutes. We kindly ask all of our participants to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin our opening ceremony. We kindly ask everyone to please take their seats. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We will now begin our opening ceremony. For those of you who have yet to find your seats, we kindly ask everyone to please take their seats. We will soon begin our opening ceremony. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2023. My name is Chu-Yeon Cho, and it is indeed an honor to be hosting you and the opportunity to welcome you all today. Thank you once again for joining us on this very auspicious occasion. Thank you very much. The Seoul Defense Dialogue marks its 12th anniversary this year. And since its inception back in 2012, it has contributed to multilateral security cooperation and peace on the Korean Peninsula through active participation and constructive discussions between high-level defense officials and civilian security experts around the world. And this year, the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2023 is held under the theme of cooperation and solidarity of freedom, peace, and prosperity. I believe that it is a befitting theme for the times, and it will be held throughout the 2 days, 3 plenary sessions and 4 special sessions. We hope that all of our participants will join us throughout these 2 days. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now let us begin the opening ceremony with a theme video.
rapidly changing and evolving security threats, changes in the global security environment, and North Korean threats. Universal values of humanity are being challenged.
정부는 출범 이후부터 자유, 인권, 법치의 보편적 가치를 공유하는 국가들과 안보 협력과 첨단 기술 협력을 적극 추진해 왔습니다. 우리는 이제 세계 시민의 자유, 평화, 번영에 책임 있게 기여해야 하는 역사적 숙명을 기꺼이 받아들여야 합니다.
The common wish of 7.9 billion people. Freedom, peace, and prosperity. Where freedom is guaranteed, there generates peace. Where peace is guaranteed, prosperity follows. Amidst diverse security threats, dialogue and cooperation will provide a path forward. Ten years of dialogue and cooperation to overcome threats to our security. International cooperation and solidarity are essential for a self-reinforcing cycle between freedom, peace, and prosperity. Today will serve as a launching point. Seoul Defense Dialogue 2023.
Thank you very much. And now, first and foremost, it is my deepest honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Shin Won-sik, Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Shin Won-sik, Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. I would like to sincerely welcome distinguished officials from governments and international organizations from across the globe, and also security experts from home and abroad. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, Mayor Oh Se-un of Seoul Metropolitan City, and Director Cho Tae-young of the National Security Advisor for joining us today. Seoul Defense Dialogue holds a special place in my heart. That is because when I was an active duty officer at the Ministry of National Defense, I was the one to plan the inaugural Seoul Defense Dialogue, and now I stand before you 12 years later as the Minister of National Defense. I extend my gratitude to those who have enabled Seoul Defense Dialogue to develop into an internationally recognized conference that it is today. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, North Korea continues to advance its nuclear and missile capabilities, threatening security not only on the Korean Peninsula but around the world. Under the motto, Peace Through Strength, the Republic of Korea is strengthening its independent response capabilities, such as the ROK-3K defense. Based on the Washington Declaration by the two presidents of the ROK and the U.S., Korea has implemented the U.S. extended deterrence guaranteed by the two presidents. Korea is strengthening its cooperation with its allies through Camp David statements, and in order to dissuade North Korea from its illegal nuclear advancement, international cooperation is crucial. We need to make North Korea realize that there are no benefits to be gained from developing nuclear arsenals and that it will only further isolate itself. I ask for your active interest and cooperation for the denuclearization of North Korea. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, the theme, This year is Cooperation and Solidarity for Freedom, Peace, and Prosperity. Freedom, peace, and prosperity are universal values of the world and mankind. When we accept freedom that can be equally enjoyed by all people across the globe, we can then together enjoy peace. Joint prosperity will also be made possible. As you are well aware, the security landscape of the international community is extremely unstable. With the prolonged war in Ukraine, the ripple effect of energy and food shortage is expanding across the globe. The recent Israel-Hamas crisis has become a new source of instability. Non-traditional security threats such as climate change, cyber, and space threaten the lives of all global citizens. In order to overcome such security threats, we are in an urgent need of cooperation and solidarity across the international community. At the center will be the Seoul Defense Dialogue. I look forward to tangible measures for cooperation through in-depth dialogue. The Republic of Korea will actively participate in the efforts of the international community for freedom, peace, and prosperity. I would like to once again extend my gratitude to all of our distinguished participants. I wish you the most fruitful stay in Korea. I also look forward to the Seoul Defense Dialogue serving as a meaningful platform contributing to peace and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula and across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Honorable Minister, for your kind remarks. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government, Mr. Oh Se-hoon, who will deliver his welcoming address by video. Let us watch together on the screen.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I am Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2023. Let me extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, including defense officials, security experts, and representatives of international organizations who are visiting Seoul to attend this meaningful event. I'd like to welcome you to Seoul. While the recent explosion of a long-standing powder keg in the Middle East is threatening global security, North Korea's continued missile provocations have led to heightened tensions on the Korean Peninsula. Against this backdrop, I believe it is indeed very meaningful that we discuss security challenges on the Korean Peninsula and in the Indo-Pacific region under the theme of cooperation and solidarity for freedom, peace, and prosperity. I hope that the participating countries will share their expertise and experience and engage in active, in-depth discussions at the working group sessions as well as other sessions. Today, global security and peace cannot be guaranteed by any single country's will and capabilities. The Seoul Metropolitan Government is also well aware that security is the backbone of citizen safety and happiness. We will continue to assess potential risks to security and respond to the changing security landscape in a preemptive manner. Once again, congratulations on the hosting of the Seoul Defense Dialogue. I hope that this will become an even more important dialogue platform for world peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Oh, for your kind words as well as your hospitality as the host city. Thank you very much. Following suit, we also have distinguished guests who will deliver congratulatory messages. And I am very honored to invite our next speaker, Honorable Mr. Cho Tae-yong, the Director of National Security from the Office of National Security of the Republic of Korea, for his words. Please welcome him to the podium with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests from home and abroad, as have been introduced, I am Cho Tae-yong, Director of National Security. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the 56 governments and 2 international organizations, as well as security experts from home and abroad for your participation at the 2023 Seoul Defense Dialogue. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all those who have enabled this dialogue to be possible. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, the international community is currently faced with complex security challenges such as war, nuclear proliferation, reshuffling of the supply chain, and climate change. Ever since the illegal invasion of Russia, the war in Ukraine has been prolonged for 18 months, and DPRK continues to advance their nuclear and WMD capabilities. There's an escalation in Gaza following the attacks by Hamas on civilians. These challenges are not limited to any one location, such as Europe, the Middle East, or the Korean Peninsula. Rather, these are security crises that are threatening all people across the globe. The terror by Hamas on Israel is also connected to our security, and therefore we need to take a look at the implementations for security on the Korean Peninsula. Climate change, reshuffling of the global supply chain are just some of the challenges that are coupled with security crises, which has led to the downside risks for the global economy and widening the development gap, climate gap, and digital gap among nations. Amidst such landscape, this year's Seoul Defense Dialogue is being held under the topic of cooperation and solidarity for freedom, peace, and prosperity, and we hope that we will be able to share your insights and wisdom for security across the globe. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, we now live in an era where international order is being shaken and we are being threatened by cross-border challenges. And therefore, we need to work together in solidarity. We also need to take consistent action based on principles to bring down illegal provocations and threat. In September, President Yoon Suk-yeol of the Republic of Korea has mentioned in his UN General Assembly address that it is a historical responsibility of all of us to leave for our future generations an international order based on justice and rule of law, along with sustainable freedom, peace, and prosperity. The Republic of Korea will fulfill our historical responsibilities. During the last 7 decades, we have been faced with continuous threats by North Korea, and we have continued to overcome geopolitical challenges that has kept us on our toes. And within the international order, based on principle and norms, we have enjoyed prosperity and stability through liberal democracy. The Republic of Korea will continue to work for complete denuclearization of the DPRK, and we will work with like-minded nations to create an inter-Korean relations based on principles. And in order to contribute to bridging gaps between nations, we will continue to expand official development aid and also participate in global climate action to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and utilize ICT to continue to contribute to digital transformation. We will continue to implement the promised Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative. Freedom gives us more opportunities, and solidarity opens a better future for all of us. The Republic of Korea, hand in hand with the international society, will continue to march towards our common future. And against the backdrop of a strong security capability, we will continue to build sustainable peace, securing freedom and prosperity. I look forward to the Seoul Defense Dialogue contributing as a stepping stone for the international community to achieve firm solidarity and cooperation against complex security threats. Once again, I would like to wish all of you great health and the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Honorable Director Cho of National Security from the Office of National Security at the Republic of Korea. Thank you for your leadership as well as your insightful remarks. Thank you. Now, distinguished guests, we also have the keynote address for today, and I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker to you. For our keynote address, we are pleased to introduce the Honorable Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, who will deliver the address. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
존경하는
Honorable Minister Shin Won-sik of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, Director Cho Tae-yong of National Security, and distinguished guests from home and abroad, including military leaders, security experts, ambassadors, and other distinguished participants, good morning.
Buenos días, ni hao, salam alaikum, dobroutro. 먼저
First of all, I would like to congratulate you on hosting the 12th Seoul Defense Dialogue in 2023, which marks the 70th anniversary of the ROK-US alliance. I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this event and inviting me to this meaningful occasion. Thank you so much for your hard work. The theme of this year's Seoul Defense Dialogue is cooperation and solidarity for peace, freedom, and prosperity. I believe it is a timely theme as the international community is increasingly moving into an era of the poly-crisis. The war in Ukraine, which began with Russia's illegal invasion in February last year, has had profound implications for international security, food, energy, and the global economy. Unfortunately, peace in Ukraine is not likely to be restored in the near future. Furthermore, on October 7th, there was Hamas' indiscriminate attack on Israel and the following massive counterattack by Israel. And this has resulted in armed conflicts, escalating the situations in the Middle East. President Biden would make a visit to Israel today, and this visit, I believe, is quite meaningful, and I would like to express my respect for his move, and I wish a good result from this meeting. In addition, competition and rivalry between the US and China on all fronts are further destabilizing the global order. Meantime, North Korea is focused on developing nuclear missiles while neglecting their people's livelihoods, which is posing serious threats to peace and security on the Korean Peninsula, the Northeast Asian region, and the world. Against this backdrop, we understand that economy and security are becoming ever more interlinked. As President Yoon stated in his speech to commemorate the Armed Forces Day on October 1st this year, security and economy are one. Today, economic matters are directly linked to our national security. And at the same time, humanity is faced with transnational global challenges such as climate change, the pandemic, and cybersecurity threats. All of these challenges transcend temporal and spatial boundaries, and they have direct and profound impacts on all of us. These complex global challenges cannot be addressed by any single country or by any actions at the regional level. Complex global challenges require global responses. When I was serving as the UN Secretary General, there was an understanding that we would be faced with huge challenges such as climate change and security issues, and we knew that such challenges cannot be addressed by any single country, be it a powerful country with rich resources and influence. These challenges cannot be resolved by any single country, and this is what I often said.
one can do alone in this world in addressing climate change, sustainable development, human rights, all these are global issues. However powerful, however resourceful one country may be, there is nothing one can do. We have to join all our hands on the deck together. 이것이 제가 UN
That was the key message that I used to emphasize over and over again when I was serving as Secretary General, and I believe it is time for us to strengthen international cooperation. Once again, as I mentioned, global challenges cannot be addressed by any single country. Global challenges require global responses.
working together. 그렇지만 이런 상황에
However, solidarity and unity of the international community to respond to these challenges has been indeed weakening due to the tensions between democratic countries and authoritarian regimes, which is extremely concerning. The dysfunction of the UN Security Council is a stark reminder of this. And that is why we need to reform the UN Security Council. And some countries even argue that the UN is no longer working. But as former Secretary General of the United Nations, I feel a grave sense of responsibility, and I'm quite concerned about the current situation. Therefore, in order to respond to the ever-changing global security landscape in a preemptive manner and active manner, the global society must cooperate and build solidarity. Timely responses to crises while upholding universal values and norms is the only way to save humanity and promote peace, freedom, and prosperity. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the signing of armistice for the Korean War. During the war, thanks to the swift support of the international community, which shares the universal values of freedom and human rights, the Republic of Korea was able to repel North Korea's illegal aggression and defend its liberal democracy and peace. And at that time, countless young people from the free world jumped into the thick of the war to defend the freedom and peace of Korea under the UN United Nations flag. We have not forgotten and will continue to honor the sacrifice and dedication of UN veterans who stood firm against the illegal invasion of communist forces. And we will continue to remember their sacrifice and contribution. I sometimes say this,
but later became a man of peace by serving as the Secretary General of the United Nations. 대한민국 국민
as a citizen of the Republic of Korea, I remember their sacrifice, and all of the Koreans remember their sacrifice and dedication. As such, Korea has been active in contributing to international peace. This is why at the G20 summit in New Delhi in September, President Yoon announced $2.3 billion in support for Ukraine. This is part of our effort to give back the support and sacrifices we received from the international community when we were struggling. The Republic of Korea was able to rise from the ashes of the war and grow as a model liberal democracy, all thanks to the rules-based international order centered on the UN Charter and international law. The most important challenge for all of us is to make a stable and peaceful Korean peninsula. It is because peace and stability on the Korean peninsula is essential for global security and sustainable prosperity. As such, advanced nuclear and missile capabilities of the DPRK pose existential threat to the Republic of Korea, and it is a direct challenge to the international norm of UN Security Council sanctions. This is why we are concerned about the potential for military cooperation between North Korea and Russia, including munitions, to negatively impact security on the Korean peninsula. Celebrating the 70th anniversary of the signing of the U.S.-ROK Mutual Defense Treaty on April 26th, the leaders of the two countries adopted the Washington Declaration to substantially strengthen extended deterrence against the DPRK's nuclear and missile threats. Furthermore, Korea, the U.S., and Japan recognized the need to step up strategic cooperation in the face of North Korean threat, and these three countries are increasing the level of cooperation. And on August 8th, the three countries held the first trilateral summit at Camp David in the U.S., and they agreed to open a new era of trilateral cooperation. As a direct stakeholder of security issues in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as the international community, the Republic of Korea will continue to play a due role and actively seek coordination and cooperation based on universal values and common interests. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, cooperation and solidarity are the key objectives and key principles of Seoul Defense Dialogue, which began in 2012. I hope that the senior defense officials and security experts in attendance today will actively share their creative and valuable input to overcome the complex challenges facing the international community in a spirit of cooperation and solidarity. Security is like a ship sailing relentlessly towards its final destination of freedom and peace. I hope that this year's Seoul Defense Dialogue will provide substantial support in solidifying cooperation and solidarity of the international community. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Shukran jazilan. Spasiba bolshue. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Pan Ki-moon, for your kind words, your knowledge, and your wisdom. Thank you very much. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to end the official part of our opening ceremony. But before we move on to the next session, I would like to invite all of the heads of delegates and our distinguished guests up onto the stage for a commemorative group photo. So please, all of the heads of delegates, please join us up on stage for a wider group photo. Thank you very much. Please follow the guidance of our staff as we do have a wider group. Please follow one by one. We do have about 70 to 80 delegates that will be joining us. And members of the audience, please bear with us. It will only be a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. Please follow the guidance of our staff as you are now stepping onto the stage. We do have steps, so please mind your step. We will be locating you in 4 different rows. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And as you will assume, we have many cameras in front of you, so we ask that you continue to keep smiling for the group photo. Yes, I believe that the cameras in the center are asked to please lower their cameras for the main camera in the middle. Thank you very much for your cooperation. So our main cameras for the group photo will be at the back. Ladies and gentlemen, please smile for the cameras all the way at the back. Thank you very much. Big smiles, please. Thank you. I believe a couple more photos are in store. Can we ask the audience to please give a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished guests, once again for your cooperation. We will now guide you back to your seats. Thank you. This concludes the opening ceremony. And after a short recess, we will start our plenary session 1 at 10:10 sharp. And once again, in your spare time, we ask that you fill out the Seoul Defense Dialogue survey that we have provided for you on your tables, that we may reflect on your comments for the betterment of the conference. Once you are done filling out the survey, please bring it to any of the tables outside in the lobby area in front of the entrance of our hall. We ask that you provide these surveys to us so that we can actually provide a better Seoul Defense Dialogue in the coming years. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please do enjoy the short recess, and we will see you back at the plenary session 1 at 10:10 a.m. Thank you very much.
하나 둘 셋. 회의용 마이크를 테스팅하고 있습니다. 한 번씩 테스팅해 보겠습니다. 테스팅 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋.
Distinguished guests, may I have your attention, please? May I ask the panels for plenary session 1 to please come to the stage? May I ask the panels for plenary session 1 titled The Escalated North Korean Nuclear Threat and International Community Responses to please come towards the stage area. Thank you very much.
이거 소리 체크 좀 해볼게요. 하나 둘 셋, 하나 둘 셋, 하나 둘 셋.
Testing.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The first plenary session, titled The Escalated North Korean Nuclear Threat and International Community Responses, will begin in a moment. We kindly ask all of our participants to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Once again, a gentle reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the first plenary session, titled The Escalated North Korean Nuclear Threat and International Community Responses, will begin in just a few minutes. We kindly ask all of our participants who are still in the lobby to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for your punctuality. Just as our guests take their seats, we will begin all of our plenary session 1. As mentioned before, our first plenary session is titled The Escalated North Korean Nuclear Threat and the International Community Responses. We will now begin our first plenary session. And to start off the plenary session 1, I would like to introduce our moderator for the session. We have our panel speakers all seated in their seats. So with that, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Professor Kim Sung-han of Korea University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And with that, I hand the floor over to our moderator.
Thank you. I'm Professor Kim Sung-han, the moderator for the first session. Welcome to the first session of the plenary. I'm very delighted to have an opportunity to moderate this session. As you know, the subject of this session is the North Korean threat and how we can cope with it more effectively. As we may agree, the North Korean nuclear problem is not just the inter-Korean or Korean Peninsula problem. It is an international problem or a global problem in the sense that North Korea has repeatedly violated the UN Security Council resolutions, let alone nuclear non-proliferation treaty. The United States has made kind of a repeated calls to talk to North Korea without any conditions, and the Republic of Korea proposed so-called audacious initiative that included very progressive kind of ideas for North Korea's economic development as well as really peaceful kind of development. By the way, North Korea has kind of turned a deaf ear to those kind of proposals or ideas. And even worse, North Korea is kind of openly and very provocative ways willing to use nuclear weapons. So against this backdrop, we have come together over here to kind of direct our collective will to push North Korea toward the path of denuclearization. In this vein, I will be introducing our distinguished speakers. To my left, Dr. Bum-cheol Shin, Vice Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. Before he joined MND, Dr. Shin was serving government as well as private think tanks in foreign affairs and national security affairs, including KNDA, Korea National Diplomatic Academy, and also KAIDA, Korea Institute for Defense Analysis. To his left, Mr. Kiyoshi Serizawa of Japan, Vice Minister of Defense for International Affairs at Ministry of Defense of Japan. Mr. Serizawa spent more than 37 or 38, which one is correct? Anyway, in JDA and MOD as a career bureaucrat before he was appointed as Vice Minister of Defense July this year. And to his left, Angus Lapsley of NATO, who is Assistant Secretary General for Defense Policy and Planning of NATO. Before he joined NATO, Mr. Lapsley spent over 30 years as a diplomat for the UK, including his service as ambassador to EU's Political and Security Committee. To his left, Ambassador Maria Castillo Fernandez, my longtime friend, EU ambassador to ROK. She's a Spanish-born diplomat who served as Spanish ambassador to EU before she was appointed as EU ambassador to ROK. Last but not least, Ms. Monia Elaine Bond of the United States. She is consultant on strategic issues with 40 years of experience in US government working on defense policy. She served as a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for National and Missile Defense Policy in 2013 to 2017. As you know, the most important job of the moderator is time management. So let me give 5 minutes for each speaker, and then we will move into kind of a Q&A sessions with myself as well as with the audience. So Dr. Shin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Actually, he was my boss during the political campaign for last presidential election, and I worked with him for many years. Since we provide simultaneous translation, let me speak in Korean. You may use the tool in front of you. 반갑습니다.
Good morning, everyone. I am Shin Bum-cheol, Vice Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. This year marks the 12th Seoul Defense Dialogue. When it was first prepared, At that time, the Korean National Defense Institute was where I worked. And at that time, we thought about the need of having a multilateral security platform. And finally, SDD was born. And I'm very happy to be able to participate in this dialogue for 2 consecutive years as Vice Minister. The Seoul Defense Dialogue started in 2012 based on the belief that sustainable peace could only be achieved through multilateral cooperation. And I'm very happy to see so many distinguished participants from home and abroad. And this means that the Seoul Defense Dialogue is becoming a more important platform. And as President Yoon is pursuing his foreign policy, the government is talking about the importance of bilateral alliance with the U.S. and trilateral cooperation with the U.S. and Japan. But at the same time, the Yoon government is putting priority on multilateral cooperation as well. I received a couple of questions in advance, and I'd like to offer an overall discussion on the current situation and then focus on addressing some of the questions that I received from the moderator in advance. First of all, as the topic of this session implies, North Korean nuclear and missile capabilities have been advancing rapidly. And this means that if we do not take concerted action at the global level, North Korean nuclear threat can be a very serious challenge for all of us. As you may know very well, currently around the world, we are witnessing 2 major wars or armed conflicts. One is, of course, the war in Ukraine, and the other is military clashes between Israel and Hamas. And this is resulting in very tragic situations in the Middle East. Furthermore, we just got out of the pandemic. We're still struggling with climate change and cybersecurity threats. So we are facing many difficult challenges. Now, zooming on to the Korean Peninsula, as I just mentioned, nuclear threats and missile threats are escalating. And this year, again, North Korea has been launching short-range missiles and intercontinental ballistic missiles. And they attempted to launch a space rocket. And all of these activities are related to nuclear development programs. And Kim Jong-un hasn't had much achievement during his regime, so he's obsessed with nuclear developments. And he even revised the North Korean constitution to include the possibility of using nuclear weapons. As the moderator already mentioned, nuclear programs of the DPRK are a clear violation of the UN Security Council sanctions, and they violate international law. And they even made clear statements about the possibility of using nuclear weapons preemptively. And if we continue to say this way, then this may cause instability of the non-proliferation regime, and this may encourage other rogue states to take similar actions. Therefore, the international community has to stop North Korea. Since the launch of the Yoon government, the ROK government has been working hard to resume negotiations on denuclearization and also to strengthen nuclear deterrence. For that, we have been beefing up our military forces and strengthen military exercises and strengthening our relations with the U.S. So since the launch of the Yoon government, the ROK 3K initiative was launched to utilize the kill chain to deter missile launches and also to defend South Korea from potential nuclear weapons attacks and to build stronger military power to be able to deter North Korean threats more effectively. And to do that, we have been working to invest in our military weapon systems and this has led to increasing exports of Korean defense companies overseas. And at the same time, the government is strengthening its alliance with the U.S. I do not want to talk about the previous government, but let me say that there were many obstacles in strengthening the U.S.-ROK alliance in the past. However, for the past 1.5 years, the Yoon government has been working hard to strengthen the ROK-U.S. alliance, and as a result, the ROK-U.S. 2+2 vice ministerial meeting was held. And to discuss nuclear issues, the Nuclear Consultative Group, or NCG, was created. This will allow the two countries to engage in deeper discussions on how to protect the Korean Peninsula from nuclear threats. And in doing so, we were able to boost credibility of extended deterrence and nuclear deterrence provided by the U.S. And the government is continuing to make efforts in this regard. In addition, we are strengthening global cooperation. President Yoon attended NATO summit, and this was an opportunity for President Yoon to discuss pending issues with NATO member countries. And we have many people from Saudi Arabia and other important nations. And the government has been expanding bilateral discussions and meetings with these important countries so that we can work together with these countries to boost our military capabilities. And through this process, we are working on all fronts to deter North Korea. But unfortunately, the DPRK is still escalating and advancing its nuclear capabilities, and that is why we are open to dialogue. Last year, the Yoon government announced a new initiative called the Audacious Initiative. And this means that when North Korea comes back to the negotiating table for nuclear denuclearization, the government will provide all the support, economic and other kinds of support for North Korea, and we are willing to engage in dialogue without any conditions. However, the DPRK has been saying no to our gestures, saying that they need a regime guarantee. And recently, North Korea has not only been advancing its nuclear and missile programs, but strengthening cooperation with China and Russia, which is quite concerning. And now I'd like to briefly talk about the recent summit between Kim Jong-un and President Putin. As you may know, recently there was a summit meeting between Kim Jong-un and President Putin in Russia. And when you take a look at what has happened, we can see that closer military cooperation between the DPRK and Russia will make it possible for the DPRK to provide material supply and support to Russia in their Ukrainian war. And in return, the DPRK would like to get nuclear technology support from Russia. So we were able to see what they were trying to achieve through this summit. And such a kind of cooperation is posing a burden on the international community in its pursuit for peace and security. Therefore, we have to be really concerned about the actions that have been taken by North Korea, and it is time to beef up our international cooperation. And in that sense, I believe this plenary session is critical because we're going to engage in in-depth discussions on how we can come up with more effective measures to deter North Korea. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vice Minister Shin. You have reviewed what we have been doing to denuclearize North Korea for the past 1.5 years, and then he expressed a kind of a serious concern about a very recent development on the North Korea and Russian front in terms of kind of a military cooperation between themselves, which must be a very serious threat to ROK as well as others who are concerned about North Korean nuclear development. And the next speaker is Vice Minister Serizawa. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Professor. And I'm very delighted to attend this meeting, and I'm very happy to have a chance to make remarks on the North Korea's nuclear threat and the international community's response. The remarkable advances in North Korea's nuclear and missile-related technologies in recent times cannot be overlooked from the perspective of the security of Japan and the region. North Korea's nuclear and missile programs pose an even more grave and imminent threat to Japan's national security than ever before, and significantly undermine regional and international peace and security. Additionally, such military developments pose serious challenges to the entire international community with regard to the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. North Korea's ultimate goal is presumed to be preservation of the current regime. North Korea seems to consider building its own nuclear deterrence is essential to counter the modern conventional forces of the US and the ROK, as well as the nuclear forces of the US. To this end, North Korea is pursuing the practical use of ICBM-class ballistic missiles as a weapon. Furthermore, North Korea has repeatedly stated that it does not exclude the ROK as a potential target for nuclear attack. In addition to strategic nuclear weapons for deterrence against the US, North Korea has also been pursuing development of tactical nuclear weapons with a focus on addressing potential armed conflicts in the Korean Peninsula. These developments pose a threat to the peace and stability in the region, and a shared challenge for both Japan and the ROK as well. In addition, considering that North Korea has conducted 6 nuclear tests in the past, it is believed that North Korea has made considerable progress in its nuclear weapons program. Moreover, since March 2022, there have been reports indicating that North Korea has been working on the restoration of its northern nuclear test site, which they publicly announced they had demolished in 2018. These developments suggest that it is possible that North Korea has completed its preparation for another nuclear test. North Korea has been persistent on continuing its nuclear and ballistic missile development in violation of UNSC resolutions, repeatedly emphasizing that it will never abandon its nuclear weapons, and launching missiles at an unprecedented high frequency. To this end, there is a possibility that North Korea will engage in further provocative actions. It is necessary to make North Korea realize that continuing such behavior is not in their own interest. First of all, Japan-ROK-US trilateral cooperation is extremely important. Based on the recognition that trilateral cooperation is essential for the peace and stability in the region, the 3 countries have been promoting collaboration at various levels. Japan-ROK-US summit held at Camp David on 18th August was a historic meeting that brings trilateral security cooperation to the new heights. At the meeting, the 3 leaders reaffirmed that they are committed to pursuing enhanced ballistic missile defense cooperation to counter North Korea's nuclear and missile threat, and that continue to make every effort to counter North Korea's nuclear and missile threat, and to make every effort to ensure that nuclear weapons are never used again. In addition, they affirmed that 3 countries have taken initial steps to test technical capabilities for real-time sharing of missile warning data on North Korea, and took an important step to operationalize the mechanism by the end of this year. Between Japan, ROK, US defense authorities, defense ministers, and the Secretary of Defense from Japan and ROK and the US held the trilateral defense ministerial teleconference meeting last month. They concurred on further accelerating coordination towards operationalizing the mechanism for real-time sharing of missile warning data on North Korea, and coordinating more closely among the 3 countries. including regularizing trilateral exercises following the outcomes of Japan ROK US Summit. Moreover, in order to realize complete, verifiable, and irreversible dismantlement, so-called CVID, of all weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles of all ranges by North Korea, it is important for the broader international community to make concerted efforts and ensure effective implementation of UNSC resolutions. From this perspective, concerted efforts of the international community to strengthen responses to prevent North Korea from evading sanctions such as illicit ship-to-ship transfers will further enhance effective implementation of UNSC resolutions. The US, Australia, Canada, the UK, New Zealand, France, and Germany have been taking part in monitoring and surveillance activities by deploying their vessels and aircraft to the waters surrounding Japan, including the East China Sea. Japan will continue to fully implement relevant UNSC resolutions and work towards the denuclearization of North Korea, closely coordinating with the US and ROK while cooperating with the international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister Serizawa. You have pretty much emphasized the importance of Japan-US ROK trilateral security cooperation. As you know, Camp David Trilateral Summit opened kind of a new historic chapter in our security cooperation. And also he emphasized more intensive implementation of UN Security Council resolutions. Okay, next speaker is Mr. Assistant Secretary Lapsley. You have the floor.
Thank you, Professor, and good morning, everyone. And let me start by saying what a pleasure it is to represent NATO here at this increasingly influential and prestigious defense dialogue. You might ask, why is NATO here? We're a North Atlantic alliance. Our job is pretty simple. It's to keep North America and Europe and the ocean between them safe. But the reason that we're here and the reason that we are deepening our dialogue and engagement with the Republic of Korea, but also with other Asia-Pacific countries like Japan and Australia and New Zealand, is that for exactly the same reasons that you heard from Minister Shin this morning, we think that our security is increasingly connected to security here in the Asia-Pacific region, and it cuts both ways. And we very much appreciate the contribution that countries in the region make to our security. For example, the Republic of Korea helping to support Ukraine, and actually helping to support our own defense and deterrence in Europe through your very successful defense industry, which it turns out at the moment has the capacity to meet some of the gaps in our own capacity. So we see this as an increasingly close relationship. But the question the Professor put to us to answer in this panel was, why haven't we been more successful in preventing North Korea from developing its nuclear program? And I hesitate to answer this question because I think others on this panel from the region know much more about this than we do. Although I think we in Europe and North America absolutely see the DPRK's nuclear program as a threat to us and as a threat to global security. But I would offer three reflections on why we have not succeeded, which are drawn from our own experience in the Euro-Atlantic area. The first is it's about the regime. It's the regime stupid. It's a stupid regime as well, you could probably say. But I think the point here is that we are dealing with an increasing number of countries around the world whose regimes are becoming more autocratic, less democratic, more authoritarian, and more prepared simply to challenge the rules-based order that we have largely established since 1945, and even more so since the end of the Cold War. And these regimes draw their strength from challenging all of those values and systems that we find dear to us. So I think it's the intrinsic nature of the regime, and we in the Euro-Atlantic area have experienced this over the last decade with Russia. We spent the best part of 25 years, whether through NATO or through the European Union or bilaterally as individual countries, trying to engage Russia, trying to form economic partnerships, security partnerships, political partnerships with Russia. What we have experienced is that more and more the Russian regime has decided simply to go into full-blown confrontation with us, because that's what suits the internal politics of Russia as a country. I think the second thing that I see is that for this kind of regime, there is a special attraction to nuclear weapons. And again, we see this with Russia. Over the last 20 years, Russia has not just strengthened its nuclear arsenal, it has multiplied the number of delivery systems it has, and it has made these nuclear capabilities part of its international brand as a country. And I think that's what we see with North Korea as well. And I think what's particularly worrying in the case of Russia is that over the last 18 months, Russia has also begun to threaten us with nuclear weapons in a way it hadn't done since the Cold War. And you see exactly the same thing playing out with North Korea. So there is, I think, a new level of irresponsibility that has crept into the nuclear debate. And then I think the third thing that we see as happening at the moment is greater cooperation between authoritarian regimes. And we see it in lots of ways. We see it, for example, in the political support that China offers to Russia and to North Korea. But as Vice Minister Shin pointed out, we're particularly worried now to see North Korea making a sizable contribution to Russia's war effort in its war of aggression against Ukraine. A war of aggression, by the way, which has global consequences, in particular for food supplies around the world. So I think this is in the nature of these regimes. They attach particular importance to having nuclear weapons, and they're cooperating. Now, lastly, what do we do about it? Well, I would say, again, 3 points. First of all, we have to maintain our own deterrence, both conventional deterrence and nuclear deterrence. And that means investing, that means having the right capabilities, and that's why all of the 3 nuclear powers within NATO are investing in modernizing their own capabilities so that they are thoroughly credible for the 21st century. But it also means getting our communication right. And demonstrating that our deterrence is credible. And I was very struck yesterday at the opening to the ADEX conference, the presence of a US B-52 bomber and bringing those aircraft to the region, just as the Americans have been doing in Europe as well, I think is a powerful symbol of how strong our extended deterrence arrangements are. I think the second thing we have to do is demonstrate stability and predictability and transparency in how we go about our own defense and deterrence. I think that is something that's really, really important at the moment. People should know where we're coming from, what we do and what we don't do. So a good example at the moment in Europe is that we have an annual nuclear exercise going on right at the moment. It's being run out of Italy. It's something we do every year. We talk about it publicly. We explain what's happening, what it means. Now, of course, there is always disinformation around it and narratives that are built around it. But I think if you are transparent and stable and predictable in your communications, then that helps a lot. And then the last thing is we need to cooperate ourselves. And I think that cooperation amongst us, it starts with understanding. It starts with sharing our understanding of what the threats are. I think it goes on then to include communication. I think it's really important that like-minded countries are prepared to call out misbehavior from authoritarian regimes, especially on nuclear weapons, and to do so consistently and coherently together. And I think that's something we're getting good at. And I think we very much welcome both the transparency and the strengthening of US Republic of Korea consultation on nuclear weapons, and the new trilateral arrangements between Japan, Republic of Korea, and US. They're good examples of transparency and communication. And then we can help each other with capability, and we can help each other with our industrial base and our technological base as we stay ahead of this game. So I think those are three, if you like, European or Euro-Atlantic perspectives on both why we're in this situation and what we can do about it.
Thank you, Ambassador Lapsley. Actually, you preempted my forthcoming question, kind of an overall question, which is going to be directed to all speakers. Why we have failed to denuclearize North Korea for the past 30 years since the first nuclear crisis took place in 1993. He answered in a very succinct ways by focusing on North Korea's kind of a regime characteristics, autocratic regime. I believe North Korea is a unique entity in the sense that its regime security is located higher than its national security. That's why North Korea is so preoccupied or obsessed with protecting its own regime rather than, listening to their own people's voice. So that's why they are pretty much attracted to weapons of mass destruction, particularly nuclear weapons, let alone trying to cooperate with other autocratic regimes who already have weapons of mass destruction or highly tempted to possess them. And also he emphasized what we have to do to deal with this serious problem. Thank you very much. And next speaker is Ambassador Fernandez.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Kim, and thank you to the Minister of Defense for inviting us today and allowing a bit the European Union perspective, which complements, of course, the NATO perspective. With the risk of repeating myself perhaps a bit, but I think it's very important for everyone to understand that we cannot look at the Korean Peninsula anymore on a on an even regional basis, that today, as it has been said again and again, we live in a world that is certainly more fragmented, certainly multipolar, where multilateralism is at stake in all areas, and where the international rule-based order, which is the United Nations order where all of the countries here have subscribed to, is certainly being put into questions. And therefore, all the crises that we see, which are crises with a lot of intensity, they are crises that we haven't seen before for a long time, are sparkling. It is now the Middle East, but it is also Africa in the Sahel. It is Ukraine, of course, where we will continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes. But it's also on the Indo-Pacific, and here we have the Korean Peninsula, but it could be also crisis in the Taiwan Strait and in South China Sea and beyond. So there is a lot of crisis around the world. For diplomats like me, I think we too many at the same time. It's certainly very serious, and they are all interconnected, and they are all threaten the regional and international peace and security. If we focus on Korean Peninsula, we see currently a negative cycle of events that has been going on for quite a long time now. not only with all the unprecedented missile launches that we have seen here, and living in Seoul, we all wake up very early in the morning with a message saying another missile has been launched, but also with all the advance, of course, that has mentioned here, continuous advance on nuclear and missile development. But new nuclear arms, nuclear doctrine from DPRK, which is very, very serious. And also these new growing ties between Russia and North Korea that has been mentioned here, that certainly have an impact for us in the war in Ukraine, for the potential arms deal that we see that is happening. But all of that goes against United Nations principle, United Nations Security Council resolutions. This is the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is a United Nations treaty. This is a rule-based order that we have put together, all of us, and suddenly it's crumbled all over. Therefore, very much agree on what the Vice Minister of Japan has mentioned on the really important of implemented sanctions. These sanctions against the DPRK are UN security sanctions. And all of us, all the countries and all the flags that I see here, we all have a responsibility to implement it. And for the moment, that is not happening. There is enormous ineffectivity in that consensus. Certainly, very important is also the absence of any action at the UN Security Council. That is certainly given DPRK much broader space because it will be very, very difficult to find a consensus, again, to even denounce the constant violations of the already UN Security Councils that have been already agreed. Cyber threats, very important dimension as well, more sophisticated and generally generating crucial funds that certainly fuel the weapons of mass destruction programs. And let us not forget the humanitarian situation. DPRK has been closed for 3 long years. There is no one there. Both the human rights situation, the humanitarian economic situation is not going to be better. Because we know it's not better. So everything, and as it has been said here, there is a need for a common response affecting us all. Very much, European Union is very much committed to support the Republic of Korea, to support our partners in all the efforts to try to find ways to communicate as well, because there is very little communication. There is no channels. The channels for dialogue are limited, quasi-inexistent. And you know, DPRK has said it itself, that he doesn't want is not interested in denuclearization talks at all. Let's see if perhaps with the reopening of borders, there could be a possibility some of our diplomats coming back. Some of you also have, some countries already have diplomatic missions there. It could be an opportunity perhaps to see, to assess, and to have some channels of communication open. Let us, dear friends, also not forget the role of everyone. I think we have to reach out to all the countries. This is important, and the role of China are very important. We have to work with China because it is a key country in this region and the world, but has, I think, an important role to play. What finally does the European Union will do and will continue to do? Certainly continue to condemn and denounce all the successive violations of the UN Security Council and the illegal actions. I think we need to continue to denounce it. We have statements at G7, we have statements at European level, we have statements, and perhaps someone says it's always the same statement. No, but we have to continue. I mean, this is, otherwise it becomes a normal situation, and we cannot accept, you know, that there is a constant violation of UN principles. Certainly, our goal continues to be push the blockade to abandon the weapons of mass destruction, to comply with UN Security Council resolutions, to abandon its nuclear existing programs, its missile programs, in a comprehensive, verifiable, and irreversible manner in accordance with UN security resolutions, because that's what the UN security resolutions say. Fully implementation of sanctions, please, very important. Many people agree or say sanctions are not effective. Sanctions are not effective in Russia. They are. They are effective. They need time, but they need to be implemented. If we don't implement them, then it will be very difficult. And certainly supporting, supporting the humanitarian economic situation. Let's see what we find and how much we can help. Our projects, could be resumed when the borders open, if they can go there. Let us not forget the human rights agenda. Even if we are speaking about security, security is now everything. And there is an important human rights agenda that has to be there also. And working closely with partners to find ways of dialogue and facilitate any possibility of dialogue, if when possible. But for dialogue, people, the main interlocutors need to be willing to dialogue. And if we have one party who doesn't want to have a dialogue, then it's very difficult to convince it to have. So very important, as it has been said, to work together. International collaboration, it's, as the minister said, is crucial for Korean Peninsula, as well as for every crisis and every challenge we are all facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. You have expressed the willingness to be a partner for ROK, but I think you already are our partner, and also she strongly emphasized the importance of human rights, which is being taken very seriously by the ROK government too. That's why I think this is right time for the international community to collectively, talk about the North Korean human rights situation. Thank you very much. And the last speaker is Ms. Assistant Secretary Bond. You have the floor.
Thank you. 안녕하세요. I'm honored to be here. And as the only speaker on this panel who is not currently in government or representing an international organization, I'm free to speak plainly, more plainly than when I was in government or when I was co-chairing the ROK-US Deterrence Strategy Committee. I'd like to make 4 points. First, I don't see Kim Jong-un giving up his nuclear weapons anytime soon. That does not mean that I, quote, accept, unquote, DPRK as a nuclear state. It just means that they have done enough nuclear and missile tests for the defense planner in me to say that we'd better be focused on how to deter his nuclear use or aggression under the nuclear shadow. 2, it seems to me that the best way to do that is through cooperation and solidarity, the theme of this conference. That is to make it clear through words and deeds that if Kim Jong-un attacks South Korea, he's also taking on the United States, and with the likelihood of an even broader coalition of countries against him. As for deterring nuclear use, I think the 2022 Nuclear Posture Review has it right when it says, quote, any nuclear attack by North Korea against the US or its allies and partners is unacceptable and will result in the end of that regime. There is no scenario in which the Kim regime could employ nuclear weapons and survive, unquote. 3, effective deterrence. nuclear and non-nuclear deterrence means coordinating the things the ROK does for its own defense, the things the ROK and the US do together, plus the nuclear capabilities that the US uniquely brings to the alliance. Our countries can work to identify ROK non-nuclear capabilities that can help enhance the effectiveness of US nuclear deterrence operations. I think continuous dialogue among our political and military officials, and even among former officials and experts, is the key to effective alliance deterrence and keeping ahead of evolving threats. In my view, the most significant item in the Washington Declaration is the US President's commitment, quote, to make every effort to consult with the ROK on any possible nuclear weapons employment on the Korean Peninsula, unquote. The other items in the Washington Declaration, such as the Nuclear Consultative Group, coordination between militaries, communications infrastructure, further tabletop exercises, I think all of those are necessary implementation steps for that fundamental commitment. 4, the threat may change, the capabilities evolve, the names and the levels of consultative groups may change, but the 70-year US commitment to the ROK, a commitment that is underpinned by approximately 30,000 US forces in South Korea, as well as by our nuclear forces wherever they are, whether they are in the US, whether they are silently underwater but always in the region, or more visibly seen in South Korea as they were recently. That commitment to the ROK security, I believe, is constant and enduring. 감사합니다. And 같이 갑시다.
Thank you, Deputy Assistant Secretary Bunn. She put more emphasis on deterrence rather than denuclearization, even if she clearly pointed out she does not accept North Korea nuclear weapon state. And also she highlighted strategic implications of the Washington Declaration in terms of more effective kind of a deterrence vis-a-vis North Korea. I think we have just finished the first round. I immediately move into the second round. I already mentioned kind of a second round is consisting of 2 subparts. The first one is answering my general kind of a question, as I already mentioned. Why have we failed to denuclearize North Korea for the past 30 years since the first nuclear crisis? Many reasons, right? Already Ambassador Lapsley, enumerated some points we need to take a look at. So that is my general question. I have some specific question to each speaker. First of all, to Vice Minister Shin. What do you think of North Korea's strategic calculus, if any? They must have its own strategic calculus. I think we need to make almost effort to influence North Korea's strategic calculus to make it, change their thinking and actions. So that is my question to Vice Minister Shin. And also my question to Vice Minister Serizawa is that which do you think should be improved or revised to make North Korea think nuclear weapons development is not serving their national interests? And also, how can Japan contribute best and most to make this kind of job implemented better? And which area do you think Japan can contribute best? My question to Assistant Secretary Lapsley: many Korean people, as well as pundits, are saying NATO type of extended deterrence, which means US tactical nuclear weapons are deployed in 5 European countries, 5 member states of NATO. That itself is playing a very important deterrent role from NATO's perspective. Why do we need to? Why don't we kind of apply that kind of a NATO model to the Korean Peninsula, which means US tactical nuclear weapons will be redeployed to ROK and take advantage of them to deter North Korean nuclear threat. This kind of thinking is quite prevailing nowadays, even though Yoon government has taken a different option, which, as Vice Minister Shin pointed out, NCG, Nuclear Consultative Group, which is now working on more specific action plans or operational plans, if I may, to deal with North Korean nuclear threat. My question to Ambassador Fernandez: you quite often, many times, emphasize the role of the UN Security Council. But as you know, the UN Security Council, particularly in dealing with the North Korean issue, whenever North Korea makes a provocation, we tried to draft another resolution, but it was being blocked by China and Russia. Under these circumstances, do we need to explore another path, or still we have to rely on the UN Security Council? I want to listen to your views. And my last question to Ms. Bond, Elaine Bond, is because you are former government official like I am, so you said you are free to speak. What do you think of so-called the Trump factor? Trump factor. In other words, do you think the Washington Declaration or NCG or Camp David joint statement, etc., could survive the return of Donald Trump in the next year's presidential elections of the United States? In other words, whether if he's elected, he will be nullifying them or revising them or keeping them as they are. So that is my question. So if you don't mind, Professor, not Professor, are you going to be a professor or a politician?
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to step down soon, so I'm probably might be a professor again in my future. But anyway, thank you for raising your wonderful question. Oh, am I speaking English? Let me speak in Korean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the questions. So there are 2 questions. The first question is more of a general question, which is why haven't we been successful in denuclearizing the DPRK? This is rather a fundamental question, and at the same time, I believe that this is a challenge for all of us. When you think about diplomacy and national defense, you may take a look at such aspects at certain point in time, or you may examine them over a longer horizon of time. So as of today is October 18th, right? So as of today, you can say that we have not been successful in denuclearizing North Korea. But if we continue to work together with the international community, after a long process, we may be able to encourage North Korea to become more of a normal state and go ahead with denuclearization. So when we look at that from a perspective, I do not consider this as a failure. I believe that we need to continue to make efforts for the next 10 years or longer, and our ultimate objective is denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula once again. But of course, we have to think about the reasons why we have not been successful yet. First of all, North Korea has been advancing its nuclear capabilities and missile capabilities, and that is why people say that we have not been successful. But when we examine the underlying reasons why, as was mentioned by the other panel members, I would like to argue that the will and determination of the international community and Korea in denuclearizing North Korea has been weaker than the will and the determination of the regime, the DPRK, in developing nuclear weapons. As you may know, Kim Jong-un doesn't really care about the quality of life or welfare of his people, but they're preoccupied with and obsessed with regime guarantee, and that is why they've been focusing on developing nuclear weapons. And when you think about the level of commitment and determination, it is almost live or die. So it was more of an existential problem for them. And such a very strong will was not fully understood by the Korean government or the international community. So at some period, during some periods in the past, the ROK government thought that North Korea was willing to denuclearize. So this was underestimation of the will of North Korea. And even for those governments in the past who thought that Kim Jong-un would not give up nuclear weapons, did not fully understand the level of commitment and determination. And so we have to question whether we were determined enough to denuclearize North Korea in the past. Because the North Korean regime is fully committed to and obsessed with nuclear weapons programs. And to counter that, we should have been equally determined or committed to making efforts for denuclearization. And it's not just applied to the Korean government, but also to the international community. The ROK government, the U.S., and the parties to the six-party talks, including Japan and Russia and China, all of these countries really have to reflect on their past attitudes and approaches, and we need to reflect on them critically because we may not have been as determined as needed. Now, in solidifying our determination to denuclearize North Korea, we need to pull our wisdom together, and we need to approach this from a strategic perspective. This means that we need to re-examine our approaches to denuclearization at the global level, and the Korean government has to put in place stronger measures to induce denuclearization. And at the same time, risks that we take should not be serious enough to harm our economy or our society. So within that range, we have to make full efforts. And that is why initially I mentioned that it will take more than a decade. We need to understand this as a long-term process. But one last point that I want to make regarding the first question, once again, I would like to reiterate that the current level of dedication and commitment is not sufficient. When you consider the pressure and sanctions, I hope that there will be more international community support in putting pressure on North Korea. The second question has to do with ways to change the strategic calculus of North Korea. And this is very much related to the first question of why we haven't been successful in denuclearizing North Korea, because it has to do with North Korea's strategic calculus. Kim Jong-un doesn't really care about the suffering of people. They believe that when they have nuclear weapons, no one can threaten their regime, and the Kim Jong-un regime is even thinking of gaining hegemony over the Korean Peninsula. And that is the essence of the strategic calculus of the North Korean regime. So while we keep that in mind, how can we change their strategic calculus? At some point in time in the future, we have to make Kim Jong-un realize that his thinking has been wrong and it's not going to work. And when it comes to the strength and the speed of making that happen, it may vary depending on the government, depending on the political situations. But ultimately, no matter what it takes, we have to change the strategic calculus of North Korea. And the bottom line is that North Korea will not be able to achieve its goal with nuclear weapons. And there's no use of using nuclear weapons to threaten the Republic of Korea. And when they use nuclear weapons, it will definitely bring about the end of the regime. We have to make that clear over and over again. And such a recognition has to be shared strongly by not only the ROK, but also the US, Japan, as well as China and Russia, who North Korea would like to rely upon. So we have to make this clear over and over again and send a consistent message to North Korea as well as other relevant parties. And in doing so, we will be able to go through this process, the lengthy, time-consuming process that we have to go through. It's not an easy process. When you think about denuclearization of North Korea, it begins with inter-Korean relations, but it has regional implications because it concerns China, Russia, and Japan. And these countries' strategic calculus will have a play in this picture. And then this will be influenced by the relationship between the US and China and other countries. To address the situation, there should be some sort of consensus between the US and China. And at the same time, we need to have some common understanding and recognition among the countries involved in Asia, including ASEAN countries and Japan and China and Fiji, Saudi Arabia, Italy, all the other countries. I believe that all these countries have to continue to pay an interest in the situation on the Korean Peninsula and express the same voice over and over again that denuclearization is a must. And in order to create a better world, a more prosperous and free world, we need to denuclearize North Korea. And when we work together based on that same recognition and conviction, then at the end of the day, we will be able to change Kim Jong-un's strategic calculus. My remarks were rather long, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vice Minister Shin, for your concise answer. Vice Minister Serizawa.
Yes, thank you, Professor. And question one is the very difficult question for me, and I do not necessarily have the good answer to the question one. But what I can say now is that the UNSC resolution calls on North Korea to immediately abandon all nuclear weapons and existing nuclear programs in a complete, verifiable, and irreversible manner. So it is essential for the international community to make concerted efforts to fully implement UNSC resolutions towards the denuclearization of North Korea. For example, at Japan ROK-US summit held at Camp David in August in this summer, the three leaders reaffirmed that they stand united to the complete denuclearization of North Korea in accordance with relevant UNSC resolutions. In response to the series of North Korea's nuclear tests and ballistic missile launches, the UNSC has been taking actions under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter and take measures based on Article 41 under the UN Charter. A series of UNSC resolutions have been adopted, and extremely strict measures, such as measures to prohibit import and export of specific items and measures to prevent fund transfers, have been imposed. In addition, Japan has taken its own measures to prohibit our imports and exports, and has implemented measures to strictly control the flow of people, goods, and money to North Korea. In any case, North Korea's possession of nuclear weapons is totally unacceptable. Japan will continue close coordination between Japan-US and Japan-ROK-US and with the international community towards complete denuclearization of North Korea. This is the not necessarily good answer, but it's what I can say now. And as for question 2, I have to re-emphasize the importance of the international community's concerted efforts. It is very important for the international community to make concerted efforts and ensure effective implementation of UNSC resolutions to realize the complete verifiable and irreversible or dismantlement of all weapons of mass destruction and the ballistic missiles of all ranges by North Korea. Furthermore, it is important to block the North Korea's illicit revenue generation through overseas workers and malicious cyber activities that fund unlawful WMD and ballistic missile programs. The international community needs to enhance its efforts in this regard. In terms of Japan's efforts, in addition to measures to prohibit imports and exports of specific items based on the UNSC resolutions and measures to prevent fund transfers, Japan has taken its own measures to prohibit our imports and exports and has implemented measures to strictly control the flow of people, goods, and money to North Korea. It is difficult to evaluate the effectiveness of these measures against North Korea in general terms. However, given the severe economic situation in North Korea, I think that these measures have achieved a certain level of effectiveness. We will continue to coordinate with the international community, including ROK and the US, in measures against North Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister Serizawa. Now, Ambassador Lapsley.
Thank you. Well, you asked whether the kind of nuclear sharing arrangements that we have in NATO could work for the Republic of Korea. I mean, I have to say that that's essentially a question for the governments of America and the Republic of Korea. It's not a question that NATO could take a view on. But what I can do is explain a little bit about how our system works. And the key thing to note is, first of all, it's been around for a very long time. It started in the early 1960s, so it is part of that stable, predictable posture that NATO has. It is compatible with the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and indeed predates the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And the reason for that is because the weapons are American weapons. They always remain under America's operational control, and that's a really, really important part of the foundation of what we do. I think the other point that's worth noting about how we work is that there are lots of ways in which allies are able to contribute to the nuclear mission that don't involve having nuclear weapons stationed in their country or their country carrying American nuclear weapons on their aircraft. There are many ways you can contribute to nuclear deterrence without necessarily having weapons on your territory. I think the other reflection I would have is that deterrence needs to be tailored to the specific circumstances that you face. And we in NATO have gone through a process over the last couple of years of rethinking how, from a strategic perspective, we deter attacks on NATO, whether that's from Russia or from terrorist groups. and our posture and our capabilities, they all flow from that strategic approach to deterrence. And I think exactly the same applies here on the Korean Peninsula. You need to start from what it is that would make most sense and be most effective from a deterrence perspective. The only other point I just wanted to make, it hasn't cropped up in the conversation yet, but it goes back to your original question, Professor, about why are we not having more success with North Korea? And I think one thing we haven't touched on yet is the international environment for arms control and reducing tensions in the nuclear sphere. And we are not in a good place. We're not in a good place because Russia has walked away from some of the most important arms control agreements that it was part of. It walked away from the INF Treaty. It's now calling into question the New START Treaty. China, which has every right to be a nuclear power and is a great power, nonetheless does not want to engage on arms control issues with other nuclear powers. So it's not a very good international environment at the moment. And I think we would be in a stronger position with North Korea. I'm not saying it would be decisive, but we would be in a stronger position with North Korea if the other nuclear powers were willing to come back to the table seriously on arms control.
Okay, Ambassador. In my understanding, you pointed out NATO type of nuclear sharing is effective, but at the same time, deterrence is supposed to be, quote unquote, tailored to the circumstances a particular country or countries are facing. Thank you for your clear answer to my question. Ambassador Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. On your question of the role of a UN Security Council that is paralyzed, it's also paralyzed for many of the crises we have. In Ukraine, it has been the same thing. But there we went to the UN General Assembly and we got 151 votes of countries in this world condemning the Russian illegal war in Ukraine. And that's really a big number. And I think we need to make a big effort, and that is what has been said here, to communicate, to reach out, not only to the like-minded, because yes, we all come together, G7 plus other countries. We need to reach out more to other partners that we all have, to explain, to share information, to bring them with us, to bring this coalition or cooperation as large as possible, while the UN system is misused. It's not paralyzed on its own. I think it's misused by countries, and that was not they are members, responsible members of the United Nations, and it's not good to see how they use the system for their benefit. Certainly, some of us, the ROK, the European Union, US, Japan, all have their own autonomous measures, and we will continue to come with more measures if these illegal actions continue. The European Union have 73 individuals and 70 entities already from DPRK in its sanction regime. Certainly what we need also is collaboration. As I said in the beginning, for sanctions to be effective, we all need to work. Some of the countries perhaps don't know that they could be useful in the implementation of sanctions. So we have been reaching out to many of the countries to help, to inform them, tell them how important it is and why we need their help. So perhaps much more effort from our side is needed here.
Okay, Ambassador. Last but least, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Ms. Byrne.
Thank you. You posed to me the provocative question of whether
Sorry about that.
the Washington Declaration, the Nuclear Consultative Group, and so forth could survive a return of Trump, as I understand it. One, far be it from me to try to predict Donald Trump. Two, it's not at all clear that he would be elected in 2024. But I think if you read the Washington Declaration document, it is the commitment to consult is the United States commits to make every effort to consult. It is not a President Biden commitment. And I think that the more the Nuclear Consultative Group and the tabletop exercises and the military planning and so forth are institutionalized in the coming year plus, the more likely it is that they will continue under any U.S. government.
Thank you for your very positive answer to my provocative, somewhat negative question. Okay, thank you very much. By the way, she briefly mentioned NCG as a responsible authorities of the ROK government. Let me ask one more question to Vice Minister Shin. Do you think NCG is different from other previous mechanisms such as DSC or EDSC, something like that? It is working at assistant secretarial level, but one difference is that United States is willing to invite ROK into their own nuclear weapons kind of operating mechanisms. Of course, ROK is willing to go into that operation through the accelerated process of NCG. Do you think NCG, through the intensive consultation, almost standing consultation, will come up with kind of a joint operational plan that will be implemented, for example, next year's Ulji Freedom Shield exercise? I think if it is realized, it would be perfect. Do you think it is possible?
First of all, you asked a question about the Nuclear Consultative Group. I would like to give you an overarching answer. Ms. Bun mentioned in her remarks that the Washington Declaration, when you read it carefully, it says that the U.S. and the Republic of Korea will continue to engage in continuous consultation. So it is an agreement between the two countries, between the two governments, and it is highly credible. So I believe that no matter who gets elected next time, I believe that the Washington Declaration will be honored and maintained. And behind this, Professor Kim Sung-hwan was a major architect in designing the Washington Declaration when we were preparing for this, because back then he was National Security Advisor to the President. Now, about the Nuclear Consultative Group, the moderator asked the question, and he would not have asked this question if he were still working for the government, because this is indeed a politically charged and militarily sensitive question. So I will do my best to address this question in my capacity. So your question is about differences between the NCG and the existing mechanisms. As you mentioned, we have the DSC, led by the Minister of National Defense, and DSC was concerned with overall military issues. ESCG was another mechanism between the U.S. and the ROK. It was a 2+2 vice ministerial level meeting. And through these mechanisms, we talked about extended nuclear deterrence. But now we have the NCG, and the NCG is more focused on military implementation of extended nuclear deterrence. EDSCG was more about diplomatic and military consultation and communication between the two governments. And also this was about coordinating communications with other countries. But the NCG is more focused on potential scenarios where nuclear weapons will have to be used. And if that is the scenario, what kinds of consultations we will have between the two governments before such a decision is made. So I believe that this is very meaningful because it will allow prior consultations before anything happens. It's not about joint operation per se, but at the higher level, in this process, in case of contingency regarding any extended deterrence action, the NCG will discuss specific procedures and steps that the two countries will take for consultation to realize effective extended deterrence. And the NCG will also discuss specific military exercises and other drills that the two countries will have to conduct to ensure such extended deterrence. And if the NCG continues to play its role, I believe that in the future we may have a stronger coordination, just the moderator mentioned, but that is the current situation right now regarding the NCG. But for other matters, because of military confidentiality, I will not be able to share more, but I look forward to your input. And when the NCG works well, I believe that the two countries will be able to achieve a high level of extended deterrence similar to NATO. Thank you.
Vice Minister Shin, I'm very delighted to hear that NCG is well in progress. Okay, now floor is open. Even though the time is running out, we have about 5 minutes left. If you have any questions, raise your hand and ask questions too. Yes.
First of all, I'd like to express my deep thanks to deep insightful, presentation related to sensitive issues, especially escalating. I mean, tension is escalating on the Korean Peninsula as North Korea try to develop and complete its nuclear program, such as firing the missiles, including ICBM, SLBM, might be very hazardous to all the world. And Kim Jong-un would not give up its nuclear program. In this viewpoint,
sorry, so time is running out. So if you have any questions, just make it
in this viewpoint. What about nuclear sharing, just like NATO countries, or just maybe tactical nuclear weapons deployment by United States temporarily until North Korea give up its nuclear program? Thank you.
So temporary deployment of U.S. tactical nuclear weapons. Who is willing to answer that kind of a question? Provocative question. Elaine Bond or Vice Minister Shin? Free speaker.
I think all issues are open for discussion between ROC and the U.S. on issues like that.
You answer.
Who am I to answer?
Your answer sounds like a government official,
well,
but that's fine.
Look,
sorry.
Look, my personal opinion is pretty worthless. I can tell you over bibimbap and beer, but it's really an issue for the ROC and the U.S. to discuss whether that's an effective way forward or not.
No, yeah. So, open to mutual discussion between ROK and the United States. Okay, any other questions? Yes. In the front. Retired General Ju Un-sik.
예. 한국전력문제연구소장.
Hello, I am Chu Un-sik. Thank you so much for your insightful discussions. I was able to learn a lot. Kissinger said that being an enemy to the U.S. is dangerous, but being a friend to the U.S. can be quite critical or lethal. And I believe that there's a dilemma that Korea has now. Kim Jong-un is not going to give up his nuclear weapons. Then we have to change in response. But we are under the NPT regime led by the U.S. for various reasons. But when we examine the U.S. policy, foreign policy towards East Asia, they will continue to uphold the ROK-U.S. alliance, but they will pursue their national interests in Asia. So we may not just try to change North Korea for denuclearization, but we may have to try to change the U.S. I believe that the reason behind the failure of denuclearization is because, as we know, Kim Jong-un demanded bilateral talks with the U.S., but the U.S. demanded six-party talks. There are many conflicting interests of all these countries. So we may have a same goal of denuclearization, but there are specific differences in different national interests. So in that sense, I'd like to ask for your input on from Japan and also from Ms. Bon.
Okay. Rather than making North Korea change, this is time for United States to change her mind. What do you think of that idea, Ms. Ban?
I see what my role as the non-government person on the panel is now. It is unclear exactly in what way the questioner would like for the U.S. to change its mind. Peace and freedom in the Indo-Pacific, the U.S.-ROK alliance, in what way would he like for the U.S. to change its mind? And I would just point out that the NPT regime is not under the U.S. It is an international agreement. Yes, I see my international organization partner, everyone nodding their head. It is an international treaty that each country decides to adhere to or not. And I would not say at all that it is a U.S., that it's under the U.S. We certainly support the NPT, but...
Yeah, thank you. But as General Ju know, NPT has kind of a special clause, Article 10, which is stipulated that member state can withdraw from NPT if the situation is really threatening the core national interest of a member state. So I just remind you of that, even though I believe you are already aware of that. Vice Minister Serizawa, do you have any point to add?
I'm sorry, but I like to speak in Japanese. Is all right?
Okay.
まず NPT について申し上げれば、私は NPT についての責任がある立場ではありませんけれども、日本は当然 NPT をきっちり遵守していく立場で、これは変わりはありません。
So I like to speak in Japanese, if I may. From Japanese government's perspective, of course, Japan is a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and we are steadfast in our commitment to staying within the NPT regime.
また繰り返しになりますけれども、北朝鮮の核・ミサイルの問題について申し上げれば、やはり国際社会全体の協力、それから日韓、それから日米韓の協力が大変大事だとこのように思っておりますし、これからもそういう枠組みで続けていきたいというふうに考えています。私はちょっとこれ以上ちょっと今日は言えません。
So today I would like to repeat. I might have to repeat myself that we are fully committed in working with our colleagues of Republic of Korea and also the United States in bilateral and also in trilateral formats in order to denuclearize North Korea. So that is our policy, and I think that's as far as I can go in at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have covered quite a few key issues related to the North Korean nuclear problem. If you don't mind, I can summarize our discussions as 3 Ds. Denuclearization, deterrence, and determination. In other words, we should never give up denuclearization, although North Korea is rapidly upgrading its nuclear and missile capabilities. And second, we need to come up with a strong deterrence. So in that sense, I think NCG, Washington Declaration, and also trilateral security cooperation among US, ROK, and Japan is going to be playing as a vital deterrent mechanism. And finally, determination. We need to be armed with strong determination to be united and also prevail over North Korea's kind of a relentless drive. That is my conclusion of our today's discussion. So I kindly ask you to give those speakers a big round of applause. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause to our moderator, Professor Kim, as well. Thank you. Thank you for summing up our first plenary session so effectively with the 3 Ds. Denuclearization, deterrence, and determination. Thank you very much for a very fruitful first plenary session. And now we will wrap up our first plenary, ladies and gentlemen, and we will break now for our lunch. Just to give you some information before we do so, we have prepared a luncheon in the Grand Ballroom lobby outside of our conference hall. So please do enjoy the luncheon prepared. It is a standing buffet. You will see the buffet right outside as you exit the hall. So please do enjoy your meal. For those of you who do enjoy halal diets, we will be able to find them immediately to your left-hand side once you exit the hall. And in your spare time, we do ask that you fill out the Seoul Defense Dialogue survey placed on your tables so that we may reflect on your comments in order to better the conference for next year. And once you are done, please remember to bring it back to any of the tables in the lobby area. The afternoon sessions will start at 1:40 p.m., so it's 1:40 p.m. And as a courtesy to our speakers and guests, we also kindly ask you that you please be back before the session begins. Please do enjoy your lunch, and we will be back in the afternoon sessions. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, one final call before we begin our plenary session 2. If everyone could take their seats, we will begin as soon as everyone is seated. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, so we are now ready for plenary session 2. Thank you for being on time. I hope you have enjoyed your lunches. The plenary session 2 of Seoul Defense Dialogue 2023 will now begin. And now I am pleased to begin our second plenary session under the theme of Towards a Free, Peaceful, and Prosperous Indo-Pacific. And with that, without further ado, I would like to start off by introducing our moderator and chair, Mr. Yoon Young-kwan, the chairman of the ASEAN Institute for Policy Studies, for this session. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to the plenary session 2, where we will delve into a critical issue of how to build free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. It is really my honor and privilege to moderate this distinguished panel. And my deep appreciation goes to all the organizers of Seoul Defense Dialogue 2023 for their hard work and for their invitation to this important conference. And the Indo-Pacific is home to some of the world's fastest growing economies, and its maritime routes facilitate a significant portion of global trade, making it a main driver of world economy. Also, this region is also critical to international security, because it's home to several territorial disputes, military alliances, and maritime tensions. Furthermore, most of all, we are witnessing intensifying competition between the United States and China. And today, we are honored to have 5 very distinguished speakers with us. And we look forward to stimulating and enlightening discussions on this very important subject. And let me introduce our speakers to you. Actually, their bios are included in your program book, so I would not repeat that for the sake of saving time. First, the Honorable Richard Marles, Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister of Australia, to my left. And to his left, Honorable Pio Dikoduadua, Minister for Home Affairs and Immigration from Fiji. And to his left, the Honorable Baroness Goldie D.L., Minister of State for Defense in the House of Lords, UK, United Kingdom. And to her left, Honorable Heng Chi Hao, Senior Minister of State for Defense, Singapore. And we also have a worldly renowned analyst of international affairs from IISS Asia. He is Executive Director, Mr. James Crabtree. Thank you very much for sparing your precious time, valuable time for us to share your wisdom with us. So I'd like to invite our speakers to make a brief, approximately 5-minute, initial remarks on how they view the current state of international affairs in this region, Indo-Pacific. Deputy Prime Minister Mars, microphone is yours.
Well, thank you. And can I just start by saying how honoured it is for me to be here at the Seoul Defense Dialogue and to acknowledge all of my fellow panellists. It does feel like I'm sitting here amongst very distinguished company. As we meet, obviously we are seeing the world go through enormous turmoil. I think all of our hearts are breaking for the unfolding tragedy in Israel and Palestine. The appalling attacks that we saw on Israel from Hamas and what is now unfolding as Israel obviously exercises its right to defend itself and to move against Hamas. And this is happening whilst the war in Ukraine still continues, which is itself an affront to the global rules-based order, as we are watching one country in Russia seeking to impose itself upon a smaller neighbour, not by reference to any rule of law, but simply by reference to power and might. And what I think this tells us is that the global rules-based order is under pressure, and we live in a much more connected, globalised world, and so when the global rules-based order is under pressure in one part of the world, it affects everybody else, no matter where they live in the world. And I think we see these conflicts reverberate around the globe, and they obviously have relevance for us in the Indo-Pacific. For me, though, the critical lesson coming out of this is just the complexity of the strategic circumstances that we face in the Indo-Pacific when we see the global rules-based order being under the pressure that it is, and also the great power competition that we are watching play out in the Indo-Pacific. That is happening in a context where we have seen very significant build-up of military capability, which is changing the strategic landscape, whilst the global rules-based order is being challenged in that context. And so for Australia, we really have three key responses to this in terms of playing our role in the region, but also conceiving of our own national security in the context of this situation. The first is that as a country, an island country, which is heavily dependent upon trade, we are deeply invested in the global rules-based order, in ideas such as freedom of navigation, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And so we see that our national interest lies in the maintenance and the assertion of the global rules-based order, which does lead us to having an interest in a way I wouldn't have imagined a decade ago in the conflict which is playing out in Ukraine. But freedom of navigation, the rules-based order as it is given expression in the Indo-Pacific, is utterly central to Australia's national interest, to Australia's way of life. Secondly, we believe that we need, in a military sense, to be more capable as a nation. To be able to bring more capability to bear and to do that in a way which serves to provide balance and deterrence within our region. In building that capability, we seek to do it in a way which is transparent. transparent both in terms of the capability that we are acquiring, such as a nuclear-powered submarine capability and working with both the United Kingdom and the United States, but also in terms of where our strategic intent lies. Earlier this year, we published the Defence Strategic Review, which made very clear what our strategic intent is about, which is essentially providing for the collective security of the region in which we live and to assert the global rules-based order within that region. And thirdly and finally, we see that our national interest now and the security of the region requires and needs the building and investing in relationships. You know, as I look around this room now, there are many people here who I've spent significant time with since we came to power in May of last year. And I could say in relation to a whole range of countries that are sitting here now, we feel that there has never been a point in time where our interests demand that we are closer to the countries of this region than now. And so investing in those relationships and investing in the defence-to-defence dialogue inherent in those relationships, we see as profoundly important. Because ultimately, you know, the defence of Australia, given our dependence on sea lines of communication, the defence of Australia doesn't really mean that much unless we have a peaceful region in which we live. Any adversary can do a whole lot of harm to Australia without ever having to set foot on our shores. So we see that our national interest and our national security lies well beyond our borders. It lies in the collective security of the Indo-Pacific, and that is at the heart of our strategic intent.
Thank you very much for your enlightening explanation of Australia's position. As you mentioned, I think we are facing a very complicated international situation nowadays, and I think Australia has been playing an very important role in collaboration with other countries in shaping the future direction of international order in this region. And I'd like to invite your view about the current state of the US-China tension or competition. And how do you evaluate the current state of intensifying competition between those two big countries? And will there be any way of mitigating arms race or military tension between those two powers? And what is your end state of Indo-Pacific as a whole region for the future?
So, I mean, it is right to observe that we are seeing great power competition play out in the region, as you've said. I think it's really important in that context that the quality of the dialogue, the diplomacy, the guardrails, if I could put it that way, is as excellent as it can be. We need the greatest possible communication between the United States and China so that there is no miscalculation, there aren't mistakes. I think that's the first point. And we do take heart from the meeting that occurred between President Xi and President Biden at the end of last year, where there did seem to be an appreciation of the need to put that kind of or improve the discussion, put that dialogue in place, and to establish the way in which communication occurs so that there is no miscalculation. I think, you know, from Australia's point of view, we, at the heart of our national security is our alliance with the United States. We will continue to encourage the United States to be as engaged as possible in the East Asian time zone and in the Indo-Pacific, and we see that as being really important in terms of the collective security of the Indo-Pacific, and so that it remains a very key part of, if you like, our advocacy to the United States in the context of our alliance with the United States. In terms of China, since coming to power, we've sought to stabilise our relationship with China. I mean, we value a productive relationship with China. China is our largest trading partner. China has been very central to a long period of almost uninterrupted economic growth in Australia. And so we understand the economic connection and the economic benefit associated with trading with China, and we want to have that stable relationship. And before the end of the year, we will see the Australian Prime Minister make a visit to China, and that's a really significant step forward in the relationship, given where it was just 18 months ago, which was not in a great place. So, and in a sense, I think, you know, what we have tried to do in terms of stabilising the relationship with China, which is to be very clear-eyed as well about the fact that, you know, we still see China as a source of security anxiety. We have differences with China, and we need to have the courage to be able to express our national interest in the face of those differences. But within the context of that, working with China where we can, and that's what we've been trying to do. And we hope that that is something of a model in terms of working with China going forward. I mean, the final and obvious point is, however the great competition is going to play out, we all need to be working as hard as we can to using the agency which we do have to seeing that that competition plays out in a manner which is peaceful, because the alternative doesn't bear thinking. But we do have agency as countries within the region. And so encouraging this process to play out in a way which is peaceful has got to be front and centre in terms of how all of us are engaging with the great powers and engaging with the region.
Thank you very much. We also have a rare opportunity to listen to the views from South Pacific Island country. And Minister Tico Duadua, I mean, microphone is yours.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Mbulunak, and a very good afternoon to you all. First of all, let me say that I'm honored to be among these distinguished panelists, and I thank you also, Professor, for taking on this great responsibility to keep us in time. 5 minutes is, as you said earlier. So if I wander a little bit off the mark, please just pull me back in. Anyway, distinguished leaders, government ministers, senior officials, and security experts. First of all, let me say that I thank the Republic of Korea, the Ministry of National Defense, for inviting me to take part in this plenary session alongside my esteemed fellow panelists. And I offer my further thanks to our moderator, Professor Young Kwan Yoon, for accepting the unenviable task of keeping the conversation, as I said, to the topic and on time. I also offer my appreciation to the organizers of the Seoul Defense Dialogue, and thank everyone who is attending both in person and online. Now, dialogue, meaningful, respectful, open dialogue, is a precondition for collective security. The topic of this panel session is toward a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific, bears unpacking through the eyes of a large ocean state. The term large ocean state, like Indo-Pacific, reflects a reframe from land to sea. This reframe, from small island to large ocean, Asia-Pacific to Indo-Pacific, captures a truth long known to Pacific peoples. The ocean is central to our way of life, our well-being, and our prosperity. The ocean is our home. with expansive, exclusive economic zones, a bounty of maritime resources, a long history of ocean voyaging, and traditions and contemporary practices that tie us to the sea. It is more than a turn of phrase to say that Pacific peoples inhabit a blue Pacific continent. Pacific leaders envisage our blue Pacific continent as a region of peace. Peace on land is important, of course, but land represents just a fraction of what the Pacific and the Indo-Pacific is. We must strive to maintain peace and security across our vast oceans too. For Fiji, peace is far more than the absence of war, hostility, coercion, and conflict. It is more than freedom to move safely through the Indo-Pacific's many crucial shipping passages. It goes beyond sovereignty and self-determination. As important as all of these aspects of peace and security are. For peace to truly underpin prosperity, it must be a positive peace. It must be built on sustainable development. It must bring states together in respectful dialogue. It must be sufficiently stable to enable joint action in the face of shared security threats. It's been said before, but bears repeating, the Pacific is not blind to geostrategic competition. But climate change is our gravest security threat. Any concept of security that does not include urgent mitigation and adaptation is no security at all for us. We see the increasing geostrategic competition in our blue Pacific home and the wider Indo-Pacific region. But Fiji and our fellow large ocean states are not minor players and certainly not pawns in a global contest for power. The blue Pacific isn't someone's backyard or theater of war. Pacific Island nations aren't stationary air bases or strategic ports. We are large ocean states, long concerned with maintaining inclusive peace and security in our region. A peace and security built on cooperation, sustainable development, climate action, and above all, respect. Thank you again for inviting me to take part in today's panel discussion, and I look forward to hearing the perspectives of my fellow panelists who have yet to speak, and to translating our Talanoa, our discussions into a pathway towards freedom, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And as we know, the U.S.-China competition has been intensifying in this region, South Pacific Island countries. And recently, the United States has begun to counter China's effort to expand its influence in this region. But Minister Tiko Duadua mentioned one important thing: the gap between Southwestern countries' perspective and U.S. and China's perspective. U.S. and China, they tended to be concerned much more on the security aspect, while South Pacific countries focused on, their first priority is how to mitigate and how to adapt to the impact of climate change or something like that. So there's a significant gap between those two sides. And my question to you is, has your government or other governments in that region, South Pacific, offered any specific policy recommendation to the U.S. side or the Chinese side to bridge the gap? And what was their response to the kind of policy recommendations made by your side?
Thank you, Professor. I talked about geostrategic competition, and in a panel where some of my fellow panelists were a few months ago in one of our regional countries, I got asked a similar question, and I made a joke at the beginning when I said that, there's a saying in Africa, when elephants fight or they make love, it's the grass that dies. So we Pacific Islanders, small island states, but large ocean states. We face the very threat to our survival under climate change. So islands, maybe not so much as in Fiji, but smaller atoll island countries like Tuvalu, Federated States of Micronesia, and islands to the north of Fiji. They face extinction really as a people and as a state because of rising sea levels. And this, as we've always said, and Fiji is being a champion of, COP climate change throughout the world, this is something that has been brought to bear to us and something that is not entirely of our own making. So this is something, and as I said earlier, we bring to the table when we talk to bigger powers, who roam our regions with their own interests, and you said, particularly China and the US. And the dilemma for us is in the Pacific states, it's very hard for us to choose, and we do not want to choose, because our own survival is at stake. Obviously, for a country like Fiji, we have traditional partners. We believe in a certain way of life that is worth protecting, and then we stand with the world in those issues under the rule of law and a rule-based global society. But at the end of the day, when we are going underwater, sometimes some of these issues don't essentially make sense to you because your own survival is at stake. So this is something that we always bring to bear, especially to the COP conferences, which Fiji once chaired. And in this same other forum that I had attended, I used the opportunity to reach out to the world, to please, in climate mitigation and also in climate adaptation, that the world must take heed of small island nations who literally have no voice or have no power to project offensive action against anybody, that we're always at the receiving end to take heed of our plight, that for as long as our survival and our interests are at stake, it sometimes, on many occasions, shapes the way our people feel about how we respond to superpowers of the world that come to the region. So, and like I say, we're in a difficult position. We do have standards, but obviously our survival is also very important.
Thank you very much for your insights. And I'd like to invite Minister Goldie for your view.
Professor, thank you very much indeed. Let me say it's a huge privilege to be in Seoul at this auspicious time as you mark 70 years since the armistice. And I was very privileged to attend the event in London, which was superbly planned, incredibly moving. I would have loved to have been at the event in Seoul, but pleased that my colleague Minister Heapy was able to come and pay our nation's respects, because our two nations of the United Kingdom and the Republic of Korea, in common with the nations of my esteemed panelists here, we share a profound history of sacrifice, but we also share an optimism about the future. And that's the reason I'm here today. I think there's a clear sense that the center of gravity is shifting eastwards, and it's creating opportunity for those willing to grasp it. And I want to basically talk briefly about three themes. The Indo-Pacific as a critical strategic location, how our interests align, and very importantly, international cooperation and solidarity. So if you look at the location of this area, it's the world's growth engine. 60% of global shipping trade passes through your seas. But that fast-paced commercial success has always depended on something intangible and of vital importance, and that is stability. Lose stability, and you lose everything else. So my second theme, how our interests align. Well, to be honest, whether you live in the Atlantic or the Indo-Pacific, our security is indivisible because the threats we face are global. If you consider Russia's appalling illegal assault in another sovereign country, and by destroying Ukrainians' grain and by restricting energy supplies, they've brought global misery to millions, far beyond Russia and Ukraine. And by illegally entering another nation's territory, they sent a signal to the world that rules don't matter. Rules they think are for everyone else to obey and for them to break. And that's unacceptable. And then you look at the unjustifiable attack by Hamas on Israel, repugnant in its brutality and illegality, and that has a destabilizing effect, and it has consequences. Reference has already been made to China. China is an epoch-defining competitor, and countries like China no longer appear to view fundamental tenets of our international system, such as the law of the sea, as sacrosanct. Meantime, rogue states, they're busy rattling their nuclear sabers. And terrorists and criminals are seeking to undermine our way of life from the shadows. And as my friend Pia has very eloquently described, climate change is literally drowning islands, precipitating migration and driving competition for resources. But all of these challenges, they'll only be solved by global solutions. Hence my third theme, which is international cooperation and solidarity. How can we remain free? How can we remain peaceful? How can we remain prosperous? I think there are three principles. I think rules and common standards, the first one, free trade, the next one, and shared values, the third one. Without rules and standards, as I said earlier, nothing works. So that means upholding the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and it means rejecting any claim that does not adhere to its tenets. On free trade, the more we open up competition, the more we reduce overdependence on our rivals. And that's why we're working to diversify our supply chains in critical minerals, in semiconductors. And it's why we're new and very enthusiastic members of the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's also why we've signed free trade agreements with Australia, with New Zealand, Singapore, Japan, Vietnam, and of course the Republic of Korea. Shared values. You know, when I look at Seoul, I see a city that's in fast forward, pulsing, absolutely exuding dynamism and energy, surging ahead, but without leaving behind its passion for human rights, for freedom of expression, for tolerance of others. Because 70 years on, you've never lost your appreciation of what freedom means. And we will never forget how our nations fought hand in hand to defend these freedoms. One look across the border here is enough to remind us of where a democratic deficit can lead to. So these are my partnership principles, but what actually brings them to life, what actually makes them meaningful in a real practical sense, is presence. Sticking up for our principles globally means being where it matters regionally. So just as Australia and Singapore have taken steps to counter Russia's destabilizing influence, it's only fair that we in the UK offer our support in your own backyard. And that's why back home in the UK, when we took a really deep, intensive, profound, comprehensive view of international affairs, our integrated review, we've been tilting your way. We've been doing that bilaterally, we've been doing it minilaterally, and we've been doing it multilaterally. And actually, the UK is more proactive, more persistently engaged in this region than ever before. So we're proud members of the Five Powers Defence Agreement for over half a century. We're formally applied to join ASEAN's ADMM+. We have 2 offshore vessels permanently now deployed to the region. And our whole network of defence attachés and regional British defence staff are expanding their influence, as is evidenced by my very hard-working colleague in Korea, Andy Lam. So, in conclusion, our defence presence in this area matters, whether that's in Singapore to help build regional capacity, whether it's our GCAP and AUKUS programs that demonstrate how our partnership has evolved. And yes, you know, at first sight, these seem to be details about building, you know, nuclear-powered, conventionally armed submarines, 6th-generation planes. But on a practical level, they're actually all about sharing skills, strengthening supply chains, spiraling capability, and getting to know each other better, moving from the transactional to the sustainable. And finally, following in the success of our Carrier Strike Group 21, the Carrier Strike Group returns to the Indo-Pacific in 2025. And our message from the United Kingdom is clear. We share your values. We share your concerns. Whatever challenges confront you, we shall support you through them. And we are here to help.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comprehensive explanation of the United Kingdom's position on the importance of Indo-Pacific region and how the United Kingdom has been trying to contribute to the peace and prosperity of Indo-Pacific. And I also fully agree with you that security, international security, is indivisible. I mean, that's very important. And you are the only leader we have from Europe. So my question is that about Ukraine war, if you don't mind. As we know, the US Congress stopped President Biden's efforts to provide aid to Ukraine. I mean, US Congress did that, and the Biden administration, I think, will continue to try hard to provide aid, financial and military aid to Ukraine. But I'm not sure whether they will be able to continue, to aid Ukraine. And in case they cannot, and if they cannot provide aid from now on, at this time of competing demands for US financial resources and military resources, at the time of Hamas-Israel confrontation and war, do you think Europe will be ready to fill the gap? Because that will probably decide the future of Ukraine war, and the future of Ukraine war will affect what will be going on in this region of Indo-Pacific significantly. So I'd like to invite your view on that.
I think the first thing to say, Professor, as a general observation on your question is, and it goes back to something I said in my opening remarks, where something wrong happens, you have two options. You either close your eyes, walk on the other side of the street, and hope somehow or other it all gets better. or you face up to it and you say, something wrong has happened and it's unacceptable and we're going to do something about it. And that's where the political will is absolutely critical. Now, when Ukraine was illegally invaded, the United Kingdom was very quick to say, we are not prepared to tolerate this. We will help Ukraine to defend itself. And to the credit of many countries around the world, very importantly the United States, Professor, there was a galvanizing of action. There was an immediate response to provide help in a whole variety of ways, help that in some respect was lethal, whether that was equipment, munitions, armaments, whether it was essential humanitarian help to provide with medical supplies, medical support. But the important thing is that all of that was propelled by political leadership, and certainly as far as the United Kingdom is concerned, that political resolve is absolutely undiminished. We've made clear that we are in this in the long term to help Ukraine to defend itself and be restored to its rightful position. Now, it is, of course, for other countries to determine, Professor, how they respond to that. I have to say the United States have been a fantastic support and a very significant donor. It is not for me to intrude in the internal politics of other countries, and I won't do that, but we will certainly urge the United States, who are very good friends of the United Kingdom, to see the significance of the issues that are at play when there is an illegal invasion of another country, and we will use our best endeavours to try to influence the United States in continuing to respond as they have so generously been doing. On the further aspect of your question about how you maintain that focus when you have got the magnitude of distracting conflicts, and you're quite right, the Hamas invasion of Israel is profoundly concerning. It's profoundly concerning not just for the impact on ordinary human beings, both amongst the Israeli population and amongst ordinary Palestinian people. And I think what we have to remember is that the great majority of people in Israel, the great majority of Palestinian people for whom Hamas does not speak, let's be clear, Hamas is a terrorist organization of a repugnant character, and it does not represent the Palestinian people. But the majority of the Palestinian people, the majority of people in Israel, want peace. They want to get on with their everyday lives, such as the rest of us are able to do. And what I think is important to recognize is that we will, in the United Kingdom, play our part in providing support, and we have been supporting Israel in a variety of ways. But that will not either diminish our contribution to our efforts to assist Ukraine, nor will it deflect us from the critical generic issue of Euro-Atlantic security. Now, you know, it's not coincidence that, along with the United States, we are leading members in NATO. NATO, which is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, a defensive alliance, is a very, very powerful organization indeed. And I know that earlier on you were listening to Angus Lapsley, for example, from NATO. And I'm sure he would be able to explain not just the new dynamism that is running in NATO, the new sense of energy, the new sense of focus, all brought about by suddenly realizing that actually NATO is not some concept written out on paper. NATO is an absolutely hands-on, has to be an interoperable defensive alliance so that if it is called to action, it is prepared and ready to take that action. So to reassure you, Professor, as far as I can see in relation to the Euro-Atlantic arena, NATO continues to be a hugely important part of the defensive presence in that alliance. And we will be absolutely true to our commitment to NATO, as I know the other member states will be, because of our overwhelming understanding of how significant that alliance now is, with, frankly, a heightened significance in the wake of the illegal invasion of Ukraine. And I think if we go back to the whole tenor of what this dialogue is about, which at the end of the day, and I still remember your Latin inscription at the very launch of the dialogue this morning, and it was Si vis pacem parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Now that's fundamental wisdom that has endured down the ages. It's as relevant now as it was over 2,000 years ago when a Latin writer and philosopher wrote these words. So we're cognizant of the realities, and we will use our influence in the United Kingdom across a range of spectrums, whether that's in foreign affairs, whether it's in defence, whether it's through trade, whether it's through commercial engagement, to do our best to influence other interested parties and engaged parties on what is absolutely critical to underpin any road to stability. And it's that alliance of like-minded nations, and of whom Korea is one, and my panelists and many of you here today are others, to work together because we have the worthy and sustainable objective of a peaceful, prosperous world where the rule of law is upheld and there is mutual respect across nations for the activities of each other.
Thank you very much for your very reassuring answer and persuasive answer. Minister Heng, microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today, participating on this panel with fellow distinguished speakers as well as the esteemed audience. I would like to thank the ROK Ministry of National Defense for your warm hospitality and for inviting Singapore to share our views at this plenary session. First, I want to observe that I'm the only ASEAN speaker for the 3 plenary sessions, across the 3 plenary sessions, so perhaps allow me to begin by sharing about ASEAN. This year's Seoul Defense Dialogue theme is cooperation and solidarity for freedom, peace, and prosperity. And I want to remind all of us here because there is a particularly close nexus with the aims of ASEAN. And it will strike a chord certainly with my ASEAN friends. Because when ASEAN was formed in 1967, the 5 original founding members shared a common vision, which I quote, was to bind the Southeast Asian nations together and to secure for their peoples the blessings of peace, freedom, and prosperity. And I just wanted to say that these values, these goals, these principles are really quite universal, and they endure time and test, and they really are put there for the benefit of the people. And you can find great alignment between the aims of ROK in this conference and also the aims of ASEAN. Now, over the decades, ASEAN has progressively overcome many of our challenges against backdrop of troubled and unstable Southeast Asia. Now, this does not mean that the way in which ASEAN has operated is perfect, or that progress will always happen at the pace that we wish for. As with any multinational organization, ASEAN has its fair share of issues to contend with. But today, the Southeast Asia is a region that is free, in general, from war. And that is an achievement that we would not take for granted. And economically, ASEAN is now also, as a bloc, the world's 5th largest economy, and on track to becoming the 4th by the end of this decade. So I think it's fair to say that ASEAN has, so far at least, delivered on its early ambitions of securing peace, freedom, and prosperity, in large part for the people. But the question is, how do we keep this going, especially in the midst of the realities of geopolitics today, whether they be in specific examples in Europe, or the Middle East, or elsewhere. And for this, we need to address the growing geopolitical and economic uncertainty that disrupts the stability and prosperity of the Asia-Pacific. In the year 2019, ASEAN adopted the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, or AOIP, which underscores the importance of ASEAN's centrality and omnidirectional, inclusive cooperation between ASEAN and its partners. And it's heartening that the AOIP is commonly used as a key point of reference in extra-regional countries' strategy documents when they engage with the region. And I believe that with the right preconditions in place, that we can continue regionally, internationally, to better our chances at securing peace, freedom, and prosperity. And I note from the plenary session this morning, as well as from the distinguished speakers before me, everybody likes the number 3. So they always have 3 points to make. So I too will attempt to highlight 3 points. Just rattle them off. Firstly, I think important for ASEAN and the Asia-Pacific region to remain open and inclusive for all who have a legitimate stake and interest in our region. The second one is really to maintain, sustain, and create more mechanisms, platforms, and arrangements for cooperation, real, substantive, practical cooperation that will lead to outcomes and results that are win-win and that will benefit and therefore motivate the right behaviors. And the third one would be the importance of keeping comms lines open, because you can never, ever finish understanding one another. So I return now to the first point, which is to keep ASEAN and the Asia-Pacific open and inclusive as a key point. Southeast Asia today benefits from an open and inclusive security infrastructure anchored on ASEAN centrality, but with an overlapping circle of friends and promoting a dense and interconnected web of cooperation. I think we should cherish, protect this fabric of the security infrastructure while taking note of the current geopolitical tensions. This makes the task more challenging, but it also makes the goal more critical than ever before. One key point in how we would envisage doing things is that I think ASEAN simply cannot choose to, cannot afford to choose sides. And then, as a result of trying to choose sides, have our regional security architecture splinter into exclusive blocks. So if you take the United States has a long-standing presence in the region since the end of the Second World War, and the region has grown and prospered on the back of that security umbrella provided by the US, as well as the open global trading system that they built. And we look at China, and China is easily the largest trading partner of ASEAN, every ASEAN country. And with China being part of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership in Asia, it's clear that China will no longer continue, that China will no doubt continue to play a pivotal role in the growth of this region for the foreseeable future. So therefore, it is important for us to envisage how the different interests, be it China, be it the US, be it Europe, as they pay attention to this region and they have legitimate stakes in this region, and as they enter into the region, how that infrastructure can allow everybody to come together and cooperate in a way that would serve everybody's purpose without undermining stability. Second, I would like to speak on strengthening practical cooperation, because it takes time and patience to build that trust and understanding. And we should constantly seek opportunities and platforms to allow us to work together, both with like-minded partners, that's obvious, but also with those whose opinions we may not always agree with. And that really also relates to my third point. And in this regard, I want to cite an example, and that is among ASEAN, in the defense domain, there is a key platform called the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting, or ADMM. And there is an extended platform, which is ADMM Plus, which also includes our partners from the region and further afield. And it is important because it's not just because it offers a platform for strategic dialogue, but it offers a chance for practical cooperation. And over the years, ADMM Plus, the different partners, working with one another in expert working groups, for example, have devised particular arrangements and have also attracted and convinced the participation of the ADMM and ADMM Plus countries to endorse and to practice. And this has certainly helped to add to the stability. And I can talk more about this, but one example would be the expert working group that South Korea co-led with Singapore, which led to very concrete achievements in the area of managing the unexpected encounters at sea. How do we actually unplanned encounters at sea or queues so that we do not misread and have mishap. And that leads me to the third point, which is to keep dialogue open. Institutionalized platforms like the SDD, like Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, I think these are examples, and there are many others, where as individual countries, we do our part, but we also try to bring together the fraternity of countries in the region and throughout the world in order to discuss areas of critical importance of mutual interest and to see and to better understand where the core common interests lie so that we do not inadvertently subvert it in the haste to pursue our individual interests. Of course, academics and think tanks also add to the richness of the dialogue, and I want to thank you once again for allowing me to participate in this. I look forward to the exchange.
Thank you very much, Minister Heng, for your kind explanation about the role of ASEAN and ADMM for the stability in this region. My question to you is that I sincerely hope ASEAN and such important institutions like ADMM Plus can exercise strong influence in stabilizing international relations in Indo-Pacific. But some people seem to be worrying that instead of influencing outside of ASEAN in stabilizing international situation, ASEAN itself seems to be influenced by the intensifying outside competition between the United States and China. So will there be any way of maintaining unity and strategic autonomy of ASEAN and ASEAN institutions for taking more and stronger role and influence in stabilizing international relations in this region?
Thank you very much. I think I would build the response on Minister Tiko Dodoa's exposition earlier when he spoke of the importance of recognizing that every country has its own interest and that no country acts just to become the pawn of any other country. But at the same time also recognizing that the big powers are making moves in all parts of the world, including in ours. And how do you then navigate it in a way that would not undermine and erode the stability upon which you had actually built your economy, your security, and your society, but at the same time not being short-term in your thinking and then sacrifice something that's even more important in the long term. So then I relate this back to your country, your question about the role that ASEAN can play in the face of these forces that are acting internationally and regionally. I think I would still come back to first recognizing that ASEAN is not a new arrangement, started in 1967. So every ASEAN country, from its first founding members right through to the newer ones, have lived through and have experienced the value of being part of ASEAN. In other words, ASEAN was not entered into frivolously or not sustained or continued just for old time's sake. It has value, and I had tried to explain some of that in my opening remarks. It has delivered value to the countries, and the countries have through that also delivered value to their peoples. So I think it is important to recognize that part, and I would certainly believe that every ASEAN member state recognize that, and it is not something that they would easily want to subvert for whatever reason. At the same time, we recognize that the tension between the US and China does play in the region as well. That balance between security and economics, both are important. Sovereignty is important. Friendship is important. So again, ASEAN member states do not want to be forced into a position of taking sides. And so within that confluence of factors, that ecosystem of factors, the ASEAN states are navigating individually, but always recognizing that there is that common interest. And that common interest has actually delivered us great value over time. That is why when you find statements being made or speeches being made by ASEAN, the centrality is always emphasized. And it is not just a question of ego. That centrality has two parts. One, which is that we are in the region, we have served the region well, and the peoples well for so many years. There is every reason to build on that. The second part is also an internal recognition that unless we stay central, we will not be taken seriously and we will not be effective, and we lose the bigger goals long term. So I think there are good reasons to be confident about this, but even as every ASEAN member state would navigate to the best of their ability to secure their national interests as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, last but not least, I would like to invite an analyst view, not practitioner's view, on the international affairs in this region. So, Mr. Crabtree, microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to echo the panel's thanks to Defense Minister Shin and his team from the Republic of Korea Ministry of National Defense for hosting. As Senior Minister of State Heng mentioned, the IISS organizes the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, and I wanted to bring fraternal greetings from one regional dialogue to another. It's fantastic to see the Seoul Defense Dialogue growing and bringing in a larger number of participants. So congratulations on that, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. In the spirit of Senior Minister of State Heng's observation, I will make three brief points. The first of which is about the state of competition between the United States and China, since that was a point that the Chair has asked about twice. I think our view is that we should be cautious about the current thaw in relations that we have seen over the last 6 months. It has been a welcome development to see a number of ministerial visits and something akin to confidence-building measures, albeit from a low base, between Washington and Beijing in the run-up to the APEC summit in November, and possibly looking as far ahead as the Taiwanese elections in January. But I think we have to be realistic about the extent to which this will grow into a broader moment of rapprochement. The nature of competition between the two superpowers remains long-term, multifaceted, multi-domain, and at a basic level, we face a very complicated security dilemma between the two of them. There are two paths to conflict in this region, one of which is a deliberate action by one state against another, and the second of which is an accident. And the challenge is that they're very different problems to manage, and to some degree they interrelate with one another. So as we heard in the first panel, and to some degree in this panel, countries around the region seek to reinforce deterrence by increasing military capabilities to preclude the first threat of a deliberate action by one against the other, the risk of accidents arguably increases. And so trying to manage both of these scenarios at once is extremely difficult at a moment when both sides are gearing up for further competition. So I think it's been nice to see over the last 6 months at least a pause and the beginnings of some very early steps towards cooperation, but I think we need to be cautious about how far this is going to go. What does that mean? Second point, what does that mean for defense cooperation in the region, which is a theme that has gone down the panel? I mean, I think you can conclude from my first point that US-China defense cooperation looks unlikely except at a very basic level It is at a low base, so there are plenty of measures that could be taken, but there aren't very many signs that, particularly on the Chinese side, that they see a great deal of utility in moving forward with the kind of channels of communication that a number of the speakers have called for. I think it is likely, however, that you will see much more cooperation between the differing blocs in the region, so between the United States and its allies and partners, and within that group, what Jake Sullivan calls the lattice work, the development of new intelligence sharing, capability development, new minilaterals, also between China, Russia, and North Korea. I mean, it seems clear that while that hasn't yet reached full trilateral status, that there's enhanced cooperation occurring within all three legs of that particular triangle. And to echo what the Senior Minister of State just said, there is also an opportunity here for the regional security architecture that is based around ASEAN, ADMM+, and other mechanisms, an opportunity for that set of architecture to expand and to be used in a broader sense, although I think questions remain over precisely how far one can expect that to go, but certainly there's a gap that can be filled. The third point I wanted to make builds on points that have already been made on this panel by Minister Tion Duan and by Senior Minister of State Heng, which is specifically looking at the world from Northeast Asia. I mean, it does strike me Northeast Asia is unusual in the wider Indo-Pacific region because it is very clearly aligned. Every player in the region sort of knows what side they're on in the developing geopolitical contest. And that's unusual. In fact, it's almost unique. As we heard from the minister from Fiji, it's definitely not true in the Pacific, where most countries seek not to choose. It's true in Southeast Asia, where arguably all but one are, arguably in the case of the Philippines, but all the rest of the countries are seeking to maintain positive relations with both sides. It's true in South and Central Asia as well. And so I think trying to grapple with how the majority of states in this region seek a future of, not quite non-alignment, but multi-alignment, omnidirectional foreign policy is important as players in this part of the region make their decisions. To put it another way, the states who seek not to choose view the region as a balance between order preservation on the one hand and conflict avoidance on the other. As in, there are many of these states who see great benefit in the current regional order and who have prospered under it, but also are very keen to avoid scenarios that might drift towards future conflict. And there are clear tensions there for countries that are seeking to reinforce deterrence or to develop new partnerships that might have deterrence-inducing effects. And so I think trying to be aware how the world looks through the eyes of those who are, focused on prosperity, on issues like climate change, and who are keen to see the risk of conflict in this region reduce as far as possible is a helpful way of looking at the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful analysis. My question is, do you think the recent moves, diplomatic moves initiated by the US side, dispatching high-level officials like Secretary of State Blinken, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, and Treasury Secretary Yellen, and also recently some number of senators visited Beijing with Senator Chuck Schumer, and also Wang Yi reciprocated their visiting the United States. And recently, President Xi Jinping was reported to have said that there are 1,000 reasons for having, U.S.-China relationship to work. That was kind of, amazing, remarks, very special. And do you think this kind of exchanges of diplomatic envoys or high-level officials will lead to at least building some, constructing some kind of guardrails which would prevent some kind of accidental wars due to miscommunication or misunderstanding between those two sides. That is my first question. And you also pointed out very important thing, which is trade-off between preservation, order preservation, and confidence avoidance. What's the implication of that for foreign policy of the United States and China? In other words, the U.S. Need to reconsider their confrontation approach towards China, or does it mean that Chinese leaders reconsider their current policy and return to the strategic guideline provided by Deng Xiaoping? Hide your light and buy time, or something like that?
Thank you. Those are two excellent questions. On the first, I think it is welcome that you've seen these measures. As Minister Miles said, there is some hope that you may be able to return to what was momentarily called the spirit of Bali, the meeting between President Xi and Biden last year. One thing I think you can say of this often dysfunctional great power relationship is that when the two leaders meet, they tend to make things better rather than worse. And so in the run-up to what looks quite likely to be a long-awaited bilateral meeting at the APEC summit in mid-November, I think you can have some hope that that there will be measures coming out of that will be a marginal step forward. But you do have to remember how far the relationship has fallen over the last decade. The number of mechanisms to consult on economic, particularly security matters, have diminished. Those that were cancelled in the aftermath of the Pelosi visit to Taiwan, none of them have been restarted. So that means there is some low-hanging fruit around. You can restart some of these things, but you do have to recognize that we're starting from quite a low base. On your second question about this tension between order preservation and sort of risk reduction for conflict, I think what it means for both for China, but in particular for the like-minded countries, is that there is a risk that in taking steps to restore deterrence, as they would see it against China, that you become seen as a troublemaker in the region. That was most obviously true. The visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan was not a deterrence-restoring measure, but that was a measure where, certainly where I was in Southeast Asia, most countries in the region blamed the United States for that and didn't think it was very helpful. And so I think the United States has become much more careful about trying to explain the way in which its security steps to restore deterrence are stability enhancing in the region, and to recognize that there is a risk that the United States and Japan and countries like Australia do not want to be seen to be in a position in which the steps that they're taking are seen to be destabilizing as opposed to stabilizing, and they do want to be in a position where they are able to continue to build partnerships with countries in the Pacific or Southeast Asia or South Asia. And I think calibrating that response so that you're trying to develop these two things at the same time, on the one hand, developing new military capabilities and reestablishing deterrence, as Minister Miles said, but also doing that in a way which is respectful of the region, which is transparent. I think calibrating that response is one of the trickiest challenges in regional security policy at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask the same question to all of you. I think how to uphold the rules-based international order is a very important issue. And of course, there may be different definitions of rules-based order depending on in which country you are living. But what is your view about your country's contribution, your country's role in strengthening the rules-based international order in this region? And another question is, do you have any expectation for the role of Republic of Korea in that regard? I mean, in maintaining and strengthening rules-based international order in this region. There will be no follow-up question, and I would appreciate it very much if you give a very brief answer to those questions. Of course, I understand you deserve 1 hour, 2 hour interviews, each of you, but we understand the situation. So, please.
Well, thank you. In the spirit of 3, which seems to be the theme of the afternoon. First, I think we uphold the rules-based order by our own actions and the extent to which we ourselves respect it. We've had a dispute with Nauru, which over the compensation for mining on that island. Now, if that were to play out by reference to power, Nauru is a country of 14,000 people. Obviously, Australia is north of 25 million. That ends up in one way. But we have abided by decisions of the International Court, settlements that have applied there, and have ended up with us paying compensation to Nauru, and that's occurred over the last few decades. That is clearly seeking to live by a rules-based order. Similarly, we have negotiated resource-sharing agreements with Timor-Leste, which have really effectively seen us provide resources, I guess, in a shared maritime domain. Again, if that was to play out by reference to power, it would end up in one way, but we have made sure that that has ended up in a way where Timor-Leste can pursue its own development. So I think how we as countries engage with the rule of law is critically important. Secondly, I think we do need to be making sure that we are bringing capability together with other countries to assert that rules-based order, such as the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So asserting freedom of navigation, which Australia does in the South China Sea, for example, we believe is an important activity in terms of asserting the rules-based order there, and doing that in combination with other countries is critically important. Thirdly, in terms of the final question, which was the role of Korea, we really welcome the Indo-Pacific strategy that Korea announced back in December of last year. From where we sit, that is a very outward-looking strategy on the part of Korea, which sees Korea playing a part, or greater part, in the Indo-Pacific. And for us, that's welcome. The more we see Korea engaged in partnerships in the region, engaged in asserting the rules-based order, given Korea's capability and size, that contributes to the collective security of the region. And so we definitely see there as a role for Korea, and I think it is articulated well in the Indo-Pacific strategy, and we see that as a very welcome development in Korean foreign policy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tiko Duodwa.
Thank you. I'll try and also keep to 3. We, as I said earlier on, we're small states in terms of land mass, but we're big states at the receiving end of a lot of things that happens up north of us, or even south. So we do not have much flexibility because we do not possess the capabilities to be able to shape what's happening up north. But I think what's important is that we have principles that we have to defend. So as a small state like Fiji, we try and punch above our strategic diplomatic weight in a way. So we have a high peacekeeping, peace support portfolio throughout the world, and that's how we do our bit globally. However, we also expect the world also to carry its own weight in terms of looking after us. So when the world has peace and has respect for a rule-based society, I think the concepts and the principles of democracy are important to us, because naturally democracies don't fight each other. So it is something that for us is important in principles, but I think it's unique in the sense in our region that countries like Korea, who advocate for peace, however prepare to defend these principles, are important also to us, as keeping the world-based order intact and minimizing conflict also has a greater impact to smaller island states like ours in terms of our sustainability and how we survive out there in the modern world with other powers that are not only in the region but also in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goldie.
No, thank you, Professor, and I think it's a good question. Well, I think the first thing is that when something unacceptable happens, there has to be a voice of response, a united voice of response that says, that's wrong, that's not acceptable. And I think the messaging is important because it's very easy just to jump up and down and say, that's wrong, and we're very angry, and you shouldn't do that. And, part of the response needs to be that, but the other part of the response actually needs to be to explain why, if unacceptable conduct has taken place, it actually is getting in the way of the things from which we all benefit, including the transgressor state. We want stability. For example, we want freedom of navigation of the seas. We want to ensure that goods and trades and commerce can flow smoothly. We want to ensure, for example, that there are not unregulated nuclear development programs taking place. We need to call that out, but we need to explain the concern that if you do have nuclear weaponry, the United States has such weaponry, the United Kingdom has such weaponry, but we operate within a very closely regulated and policed regime. So we need to make clear that the concern is both what is happening out with international law, out with the nuclear non-proliferation treaties, but we also need to make clear the very real concerns that there may be an accident, there may be a miscalculation, and the consequences could be horrendous for everyone else. So we need to have an education part of the message. I think the second thing is to look at all the partnerships, just as we've been discussing this afternoon, look at the different fora for discussion, for meeting, for sharing concerns, and trying to work out best how to, in an intelligent way, respond to what the difficulties may be. So, for example, if there is illegal fishing, if fishing stocks are being impacted, if there is disputed territorial acquisition, within the regional seas, being able to explain and in a demonstrable fashion show that there is a physical presence there in the form of partnerships, navies, alliances, to track that, to monitor it, so that the transgressor doesn't think all this is going unnoticed or unremarked. The same also applies to sanctions. Sanctions are a very effective way of bringing a transgressor to heel, particularly if they begin to really squeeze the economic engine, if they begin to really squeeze the manufacturing products that the transgressor state absolutely relies on. And sanctions will have that effect. But they're going to be of very negligible effect if you don't deal with sanctions breaking. So you need to have a mechanism whereby you try and monitor and track where breaches of sanctions may be taking place, and in turn you then have a means whereby you can intercept, intervene, and take action. As we have been involved in, for example, in other areas of the world, we have intercepted vessels that have been thought to be carrying illegally transacted goods. So you have to be able to have that mechanism, but you'll not be able to do that effectively without the allies, the partners, the relationships that you build with other states, whether you do that bilaterally, whether you do it in a more multilateral forum. But one way or the other, you need these relationships. As I said earlier, the relationships in themselves are essential, but you need to bring flesh to them by having a physical presence. So, and I think above all else, be proportionate in how you respond. Anything which is regarded as escalatory or provocative is going to be counterproductive. Language matters.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senior Minister Heng, please.
Thank you. In terms of Singapore's part of what Singapore can do or has been doing in support of the rules-based international order, first I just want to make this point that our support for the rules-based international order is an absolute one, simply because it is bound to our national interest as a small state. Where there are rules to be followed by everyone, then small states fare better. And for this reason, we have been very active in various international fora. So for example, in UNCLOS, as relates to freedom of navigation, just now I mentioned ADMM, ADMM+, these are but examples in sustainability, in observance of obligations of decisions taken at the UN, and many other examples. So we have to demonstrate through not only our speech, but our national action that we subscribe to that, and we continue to call out to others to remember the benefits of such an order and the multilateral system so that we can all continue to benefit from it. In terms of the role that the ROK can play, again, I alluded to the ADMM+. There is already a strategic partnership between the ROK and ASEAN. Certainly that gives a good foundation to build upon for the future. And the ROK itself has a Korea-ASEAN strategic initiative with specific lines of work. And I think if we follow through on those, then they will deliver particular positive results all around.
Thank you. Well, I guess I would extol the virtue of the proliferation of Track 1.5 dialogues around the region. So whether it's our Shangri-La Dialogue, this Seoul Defense Dialogue, the new Sydney Dialogue in Sydney, the Raisina Dialogue, seems to me that in addition to the kind of mechanisms that others on the panels have talked about, then these events that bring together government decision makers, military leaders, but also academics, experts, the media, do have great utility. And as the geopolitical and security challenges in the region proliferate, then so the proliferation of dialogues is also something to be welcomed. In terms of the Republic of Korea, I was here early last December, before the Indo-Pacific strategy was released, snuck out between Christmas and New Year. And I think there were mixed expectations for what this would deliver in the region. And I think the Republic of Korea has easily exceeded them. As Minister Mal says, this government is more extrovert. Prime Minister Yoon, President Yoon rather, Foreign Minister Park. I think you've seen a greater role for ROK bilaterally, certainly trilaterally, and increasingly minilaterally. And I think that that's something that will be welcomed around the region. So long may it continue.
Thank you very much for your insightful views. And now I'd like to open to the floor. I think we have a few more minutes left. So probably one question or two questions. Over there, please, gentlemen. Please identify yourself and...
Happy to do so. Andrew Salmon, I'm Asia editor for Washington Times. My question is for all panelists. There's been an extraordinarily vocal belief espoused in the United States by senior military officers, by politicians, and also by analysts that China presents a truly imminent kinetic threat to Taiwan. I'm not hearing this so much in the region. I'm certainly not hearing it here. I'm not hearing it from Taiwan. Do your nations agree with these very florid US analyses of the imminence of a Chinese threat to attack or invade Taiwan? Thank you.
Any volunteer, please? Feel free to answer.
Look, I don't think it helps for somebody in my position to speculate about that. We come back to the kind of principles that we've been talking about this afternoon, focusing on the rules-based order and its preeminence, focusing on engagement with countries, but also kind of encouraging the US and China to engage with each other. I mean, that just has to be where our focus is at right now. And, you know, I don't see conflict as inevitable. And I certainly don't think it helps for, as I say, for somebody in my position to speculate about that. So in that sense, you know, our strategic intent in terms of our engagement is very much about asserting the rules-based order, but encouraging, in the spirit of our own engagement with the region, encouraging the great powers to engage with each other.
Mr. Crabtree, please.
All I was going to say was that I think the US has been pretty clear that its official policy and its official view is that, and they use the phrase, neither inevitable nor imminent frequently. So, you know, on the fringes, you might have different views, but that isn't the official US position. And so I think in these situations, you should take your guidance from what the official position is.
Minister Goldie, do you want to add something, or?
I'm probably pretty close to where Richard is. Certainly the UK has indicated that, you know, provocative, aggressive behavior towards Taiwan is not acceptable, and we do call that out. We don't think it's appropriate. At the same time, we think that the issue in relation to Taiwan can only be resolved between Taiwan and China, and that we want the two countries to engage in dialogue to try and resolve their differences. You know, if there is disruption, if there is instability, if there's a kind of florid speculation to which the questioner refers, it actually at the end of the day doesn't help anybody. You know, we need to have to deal with the facts. And I'm with Richard and, you know, being fairly pragmatic about that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, do you have any additional comment? Yeah. Okay, I think it's time for us to wrap up our discussion. And I think we highlighted very important and challenging issues, and we also explored how to meet those challenges. Of course, these challenges are daunting, but not insurmountable, I think. And in that sense, I think our discussion was very rich and wide. Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom, your excellencies, and we benefited from your insights very much. And thank you very much, all the audience, for listening carefully and taking part in our discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our chair and our panel discussants for a thought-provoking discussion. I believe that we were cut short because of time restrictions, but for some of our audiences who had some pressing questions, please feel free to come up to our panelists and ask further questions if you do have any. Thank you very much for a constructive and fruitful meeting for our plenary session, number 2 today. Now we are close to the end of today's plenary sessions for the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2023. From now, we will move on to today's special sessions, which will be held concurrently at the Orchid Room on the 2nd floor of this building. Special session 1 and 2 are starting from 3:20 p.m. and special session 3 and 4 will be following suit right after. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you in each of the special sessions. Thank you very much.